Hello, hello everybody. How are you doing today? Hopefully well. Today's a little slow on my end, but I couldn't go to sleep well last night, so. But what else is new? Y'all are used to this. Hey Foxy, welcome in. How are you doing? Glad to see you as always. But yeah, no, I'm so excited to continue playing this DLC, so much so that the snowstorm is coming and yet we are here. We're gonna be nice and cuddly though. That's what we're gonna do. And we might be doing sticks later today. Maybe. We'll see how that goes. I contacted them earlier to see if we can get a confirmation, but more than likely we won't be hearing back from them for a good couple hours. So we'll see. What else? There's one other thing. Oh yeah, no, I think I connected for the y'all should be getting drops now for Cult of the Lamb. Meaning that if you watch me, hold on, let me pull it up. Because I need to turn off the changing costume stuff anyway. So if you and here we go. Here, let's make this a little bigger. There we go. This is the Cult of the Lamb stuff until February 4th, in which we're going to beat the DLC before then, so no worries about that. You get different forms depending on how long you watch, right? So and so the last one is going to be 5 hours. So as long as you watch 5 hours within until we beat the DLC, you get these different forms. And I've been watching other creators do it too, which means we should have unlocked the forms, which means y'all could probably become the forms, which is pretty cool. And then also you get one for purchase new recurring gift to claim the tongue lizard, I guess. Also here, so if we so I guess if you have one recurring gift or new sub during this, you get the tongue lizard as well as Lambie, which is pretty good. Just saying. There's now even more reason to do it. Oh my god, that's crazy. All right, anyway. So I at least wanted to point that out so that y'all are able to do that. But first things first, we need to you know what? I might as well show you how to do this. So if y'all ever want to turn on and off like rewards for Twitch, it's in power-ups, manage power-ups, and then here are all the ones that we do. Oh cool, everything is already turned off. Perfect. Good job, past idealist. You're so funny. Okay. Alrighty, we have the announcement on YouTube, we have the announcement on there, so we should be good to go. I guess it's just a little bit lighter today, which is fine. I have myself my Dr. Pepper. I have not eaten food, so I'm bad. I just like Dr. Pepper more than I like Coke. Maybe that's controversial. My favorite soda is Sprite, though. Sprite, I honestly, I probably shouldn't. I should probably be like, if you want to know my favorite soda, it will be, depends who's sponsoring this stream. Yeah, no, but you know how it be sometimes. All right, let's play this game. Hey, Piranha, welcome in. We are going to be playing more Cult of the Dodo. I was going to say, I'm actually surprised this isn't higher on your list, Foxy. I thought this was very well done. But at least it's A tier. I'm fine with this. Alright. Oh, first things first. We gotta make sure our boys are hooked up. Let's go. Okay, I think we're good. I think everything on here is set to go. We can't do anything here. Oh, well, we can do this, but I'm not sure. I'm on the edge. So it's like top of A tier or like near bottom S tier. We're gonna remove those balls. You're just like, no, wait, please, wait. It's like, listen, they shouldn't be itching all the time. If they itch all the time, then they need to go. We need to call the Pinor snipper. We're like, we got a job. I might change it. Well, either they stop itching or they need to go. They're gone. And if you don't think I don't have a summon that is all about just removing body parts, you have another thing coming. Those are real funny emotes, by the way, the Pokemon ones. There's a Pinor snipper from Silksong? What is that game? What is that game? All right. Looks like they're eating food from the actual thing now, so that might be okay. Okay, this might be fixed now. So all right, cool. We need to go to Silk Cradle real quick to find Murno. Where is Silk? Silk would be here. Yeah. Let's go kick some ass. Let's go kick some ass. Hold on. Why was this blocked? What? Hold up. It was blocked because you said the word balls? And yet every time, the first thing you say every time you get in here is that your balls itch, but it doesn't get flagged. Why does this message get flagged? What? That's crazy. The moderator, I don't get it. It's there for the bots, but man, like that's crazy. Anyway, Black Orca, when you roll, enemies drop 2 more fervor, overall weapons damage increase, and dead bodies explode. Let's go for it. That's good. I like it. We got some dagger. We got that. Oh, I forgot that that's not equipped. I re-rolled twice. Well, I like the hammer more anyway, so here we are. Recycle, recycle. Yup, yup. There we go. I like the slower ones. Plus, I like the pattern swing dodge. It just feels better. So let's go get the friend. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. I'm glad you like it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't give me compliments while I'm swinging. I'm just kidding. I'm dying. No. To make me mod, you won't need auto mod. Right. And that's the requirement. Maybe I should consider more as far as moderation. As far as like having mods, because at least for the longest time, it's the mentality of I don't want to have a mod that I can't pay. I want to be able to make enough money where I can have a mod where that is a job. You know? I'm always watching you. I'm watching. Ooh. Xenomorph. Ooh, okay, okay. So, not necessarily alien, so Xenomorph. So we have a Xenomorph one, but you know what? I think what I'm gonna do with this one, if this is fine with your redeem with the costume, Piranha, let's make a new Xenomorph. Let's make like a Xenomorph 2.0. How does that sound? Is there anything particular around the Xenomorph theme that you're gonna kind of want? To Queen? Ooh, yeah, Queen. Xenomorph. Let's do that. I like that. Because there's a couple ways we could go about it, right? But the first one we did, the Xenomorph, is kind of like, we got parasitized by the facehugger, right? But now we could really kind of like play with it more. The DLC, I believe, was 20? It was either 20 or 15. Oh, I remember what. I think it was 12 because there was also a bundle with it for the game that discounted it less. Like, it's very affordable. It is cheap. Yeah, oh, sorry. The word cheap is blocked because of that's the word that I have specifically blocked for the bots to come in, and they're like, hey, you want cheap viewers? Do you want 10,000 views just because, I don't know, we have a bunch of bots? And I'm like, no, not at all. Destroy all active tarot cards. Each destroyed card will give a diseased heart. We're not going to need that. That's fine. We're good. I appreciate it, though. Goodbye. Wait, hold on. Actually, no. I like our roulette of weapons. Oh yeah, no. Like, they did such a good job. Oh, I don't know if you saw this or not, but maybe we do need that one. I'm not used to the spiked flail yet. I also forgot what I was gonna say. No, it was the price of the DLC. Oh, right. When they were releasing this game, they were planning to. They got an ice sculpture of like the lamb, and they were gonna release it once the ice sculpture was completely melted. And what ended up happening was that it was taking so long for the ice sculpture to melt that they took a flamethrower to it. Which I thought was so funny. That's so good, dude. Oh, yeah, mods not being paid, yeah. So, because it's work. It's important work to moderate a community. And I don't want people to undersell and undervalue their work and their effort. As somebody who grew up undervaluing his work and effort. You know what I mean? However, I don't know. Maybe that's just not a good way. You have 2 quotes for it? Okay, go for it. Convince me. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we want definitely middle. So let's do cup, vegetables, and then that. We do need more food. New episode of DePit. I don't know if I know that one. Increase in size? Why would I want that? That's funny, though. Alright, this will be our last one. Increase in size. I'm big. I'm big. Oh, I like break things when I walk into it. That's pretty good. Oh, you gave me another relic? Oh, you really know how to treat your streamer. Thank you. Destroy all active tarot cards. Each destroy will give half a blue heart. Okay. I might need that. Look at all these. Look at all these chickens. Hell yeah. I was gonna say, is there ones that... Do we need to have to equip them in order to know it? Interesting. But yeah, welcome in, as always, Scallion. But I've been having a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with this DLC. Piranha is not getting paid at all. The epic. Honestly, can I just, yeah. Oh, we're fighting. Oops. I did not want to do this. Oopsies. It's fine. I will fight your ceaseless war. In a way shall purgatory draw semblance of life. I will fight your ceaseless war. In a way shall I be punished. Then when I'm being paid in exposure. But I think you should be paid in money. Tomorrow! You big spider! That's a lot of bombs! It took all the bombs that people were using to try to... Like, spider! Shoot it with fire! Now it's the one with... Ooh. I forgot, this is what happens when you do the thing! If we get hit 2 more times, we'll need to use our thing. Ooh. And I'm bigger, so I'm taking more damage. Okay. We have no more tarot cards. What? There we go. Okay. Why is the crits happening when I miss? Oh boy. No! No! I'm bad. And I'm actually huge. Now we could sacrifice our boys, our meat men, and be back. We could sacrifice our meat men. That's something we could do. Can we kill the one who waits? We could, but I'm not gonna. Alright. If you enjoy being here, why would you pay someone to be here to help out? Yeah, I think I need to see it maybe less of a I'm paying someone, I'm not paying someone who should be paid, and more to do with allowing someone to help out more when they want to help. And I have a like, you know, a thing about not allowing people that, and maybe I need to work on that. Well, thanks for the help, Abby. All right, men, get in here. With the power of meat, I condemn you to hell, spider. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. Alright, well now I can crit. That's great. Super. Okay. Heretics defeated. I have the one that gives you cards in the very beginning. Because it's Gamba. I like getting all those items straight up in the beginning and just being like, yes. Maybe I'll stop watching you sleep. Well, what I want you to, like, what if I need mods to watch you when I'm sleeping? What if that's a requirement? Then I'm stuck, you know? Oh. Alright, we're gonna be fine with that. Let's go ahead and deposit a bunch of these. Make sure that's good to go. I have Icar related one locked in. That's creepy. Oh, our boys are back. I've returned to sexual missionary bearing gifts. Okay, we got more cursed wood. I did it later. I've retrieved more wood. Perfect. You'll go ahead and go to bed. Go to bed. Ooh. Good thing I almost made a bad choice there. Holy. Whoopsies. Alright. Let's go ahead and make some food. Alright, let's see here. It looks like this is not broken anymore. Shepherd's pie. That would be interesting. Alright, let's do vegetable feast. Shepherd's pie. Maybe something spicy. A little bit of that. Perfect. I do. If you make me mod, I'll help out Foxy. Well. That's a tempting offer. Oh my gosh, why does Turtleish have the heart? Oh my, oh, the turtle has, that's kind of crazy. What? Why does this one have ascend? What? Hold on, first things first. I can't I already sheared it. I'm gonna pet it. Okay, let me see what it means by ascend. Does this kill it? All right, you are the best goat in the world, Pumpkin. Go forth and rejoice. Oh, hell yeah. All right, well, we need more. So this is what I'm thinking. I think we need a bunch of these different things, and like we start being like 2 goats, 2 turtles, etc. We're going full Noah's Ark on this sheet. You know what I mean? Hey, Ludo. All right, let's see here. First we're gonna milk. Then we're gonna do that. Perfect. Where do you think you're going? I'm here to pet you. You started reading the Bible? Oh. Cool. Listen, I always recommend reading theology books, all right? Should you flip a coin, heads I get mod, tails I get banned. That is a wild difference between these two. No spoilers is wild. It's really funny though. All right, let's see here. So we got 2 llamas, 2 goats. We want a cow and a turtle. We're fine with this. Ooh, collect totem reward. Let's spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel. Oh, food. Let's go. Spoilers. Guys, no spoiling the Bible. Come on. We talked about this. Hey, it's funny that we're doing this DLC and I'm about to get hit by a bad storm. Oh, right, I need to put the thing. Ooh, let's Helub, we talked about this. I don't want the ones with skin. All right? Skinless. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Skinless. All right. That's not good enough. Heads I get bod, tails will get balls removed. That is a steep curve. You're not gonna be able to vote for anything. I'm in here now. It's 17 outside and windy. Yeah, honestly, that's about the same for me. It is super cold. We are prepped and ready to go though. And Piranha, stay safe, all right? From what I'm seeing, it's gonna be a bad one. So I hope you are prepared. You have batteries, you have blankets, you have food, you have water. You know, the whole thing. The whole 9 yards. There we go. Get all these traps. Give it arm. What's your offering? I starts mid-February. Got you. Got you. What was I doing? Oh, right. I wanted to see what level we needed. No! Shamora! No! Alright, well, let's get Shamora back. Guys, again, you have all died. Why are you so shocked? Relax, it's fine. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Let's go bring Shamora back real quick. How about this? What I will tell y'all is I'm going to reconsider the whole mod thing. So I might be reaching out to some of you, depending on my decision. No promises. No promises, but I am reconsidering it. Well, that's why That's why I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to resurrect and give him an immortality charm. Which, honestly, I should give it to all of you. Anyone who's named in chat, I should also give the immortality charm to you. Wow, Shamora looks very different. Did anyone else notice that? Shamora, where are you? Where do you go? Where are you, Shamora? There you are. He looks very different, doesn't he? Is he gone? Is he like no longer Shamora? And he's just a guy now? Apparently. No, basically, Ludo, for the longest time, I was against having mods in the community just until I can actually pay them. Because I want to be able to pay for people's work that they do for me. And I see moderating a community as an important job that you should be paid for. But I've been kind of now leaning towards like, well, I think it's less to do with I'm not paying someone who should be paid and more to do with giving the community members more agency and being able to help if they want. A mod for the game? Oh, yeah, no. So, what do I do? Is there no longer a way to keep them? Is it just done forever? Because a part of me... Because I want to give him... Like, do I have an immortality one? That increases loyalty. Yeah. I have one... I had one gold necklace that I could give. Unfortunate. Oh. Apparently. Yeah, why is he so scared? Inspire. Why would I intimidate? Oh, fear of working harder. Gotcha. It's okay, Shamora. Well, it's alright. It is unfortunate, but it is okay. Okay, so now... I remember. We need to go this way. Oh, no. I remember. Hush. Okay, this. This is what I need. I need more of you. Get it? You. Anyway. Hey, Shadow, how are you doing? Calabar. See, Calabar has a skull necklace. Hugh Waits is already immortal. Shamora... Is there any other of the bosses that does not have the skull necklace? Doesn't look it. I guess one of the other bosses also died at one point and I forgot about it. The next art stream should be tomorrow if I have power. If I have power. That's the key word here. You know what I mean? I'm just like, maybe. Let's see here. We want... Give us the cursed U-bark. And then, cute boy, you go ahead. Cursed U-bark. There you are. We need more of that. We need more of that. So now we have that going. Can I like... Oh, I can't do anything with it. Okay, that's fine. In that case, let's have that go... Let's put these souls in and see how their personality is. Leshy might be dead. I'm gonna be real. He might be dead. And we need to resurrect him at some point. But I don't think Leslie's gonna be the same as looking at Zamora. I have returned to Woolhaven. Our ritual holds. The rot takes the mountain. Good. You will shepherd us toward the end, yes. Our neighbors slaughtered. Our friends, our children killed. And the world let it be. Fuck 'em. If we do not have the right to enjoy this world, then no one does. Am I right? And he goes for like a fist bump. Oh, ooh. The bleeding black goo is part of the experience. precious lost souls, return to my heart. We will reclaim what's ours. The rot that creeps across the mountain, as we intended. Do not fear it. It serves a great purpose. Yet you are our shepherd. The rot is yours, as it is ours. How will you use it? Embrace the rot. Gain faith. For each day a rotten follower is in the cult, rotten followers live longer. That's not bad. We like this. Oh, like this DLC slaps. I highly recommend it. First of all, I highly recommend Cult of the Lamb, period. It is such a good game, and the developers are like really, really cool, and like love the art, love the music, so good. Anyway, purge the rot. Gain faith when a rotten follower is killed. Okay. Okay. Now, what I will say... Oh, no. Have you not seen the meat followers? The followers made of meat? I was talking to the spider dude, talking about making sure that he brings me skinless ones. Yeah, I'll show you. We'll make this decision, and then I'll show you an example of what these things look like, okay? So basically, with this DLC, introduces a new kind of follower. There are meat people that are made of rot, and they don't sleep, eat, or anything, but... No, you're fine. Prana, you're absolutely fine. I apologize if I gave the impression that you need to be here. Yeah, it's very, very good. But they only live for 6 days. And then they explode. But there's an altar to unlock more cards that we need a certain amount of meat people in our cult at the same time to unlock. So I'm tempted to embrace the rot where they live longer, so it's easier to get those cards. I'm metagaming. I'm using my brain. Plus, Mama Dodo would embrace the rot. I'm gonna be real. She's gonna embrace the rot. She's gonna love anything, even if you're made of meat. All you meat bags. This time when I would just start the game and play the dice minigame for 2 hours straight. The dice minigame cheats. Oh, there's a new minigame in this DLC, by the way. We'll play it again, because once we unlock like more people. But like, yeah. Flesh is weak. Embrace the rot. Yeah. Embrace the rot! Let's go! Yeah! We embrace the rut. You are a worthy shepherd of our legacy. You see the purpose of this rot. Yes, when a time comes, your dedication will not waver. The doctrine is declared one of many. Winter doctrines await you at your temple. Use them to shape the minds of your flock, my shepherd. Winter grows stronger. Stockpile rot burn and food to make sure your cult is taken care of. Wolves will use the snow as cover to attack ranch animals. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for stopping by, Ludo. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by, as always. Okay, that is good. Okay, so, fine. I'll take it in. This guy is like practically scalping. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go over to Walmart. I'm gonna get a bunch of the Pokemon cards, and I'm gonna sell it to you on the expensive. All right, so this is. Is there anyone else in here? No one else is in here yet. Ooh, can I wait? I can. Brock. Let's do the minigame. Let's do the minigame. All right. All right. So the way this works is kind of like rock, paper, scissors, but with like modifications. All right. Valerians used AI for the new Divinity game. I'm willing to hold my judgment until I know how they utilize the AI. If they used it as like in how you're supposed to use it, I'm willing to overlook it to like help streamline and utilize as far as tools. But if it's generative AI or replacing voices for placeholders, I'm willing. Placeholders is more in the gray area. It's kind of one of those things where it's just like when you're doing game dev, you just want something quick and dirty. You just throw in something. In my opinion, I think it's just better to just have it be like a single thing of color in like just absolute like placeholders where it's just scribbling on a page personally. But I think game developers are still trying to find the right little niche to utilize the current market of AI into their stuff. I don't think even as placeholders that's where it should go, but I think it's less heinous as them using it as a final product and saying this is what we made. You know what I mean? It's like a lesser evil. It's still not really okay, but I'm not as mad about it. You know what I mean? Anyway. Stronger... how to play... wait, hold on. Shepherds are not swords, shields, or scribes, but have unique blessings. Shepherd will still lose duels against any other peace type. Yeah. Well, I think it's less to do with laziness and more to do with... at least, it's kind of one of those things where it's almost impossible to tell if people are doing it out of... if some people are doing it out of laziness or out of convenient or like a way to save time. I am opting, yeah, there's like convenience, yeah. So it's like, is that excusable? In my opinion, no, not really. But am I going to, like, let's say for example they do this, and then there's backlash, and they're like, you know what? We just wanted to try this out to see if this works for us. Turns out it doesn't really work for us. We stopped doing it. I would consider that a win. I think I would like to think that they're just doing it to see if it will, how well it like allows them to put effort into other parts that are more important. Not more important. Other parts where it needs more focus at the time. And then they go back and completely remove anything that is Gen AI. Or are they just, hey Zelda, welcome in. Like, are they just trying it out, or are they if it was like, no, we're really big into this, right? And that's impossible to tell until they say something. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. Also, there's been a heavy backlash, and even is still supporting it for what I remember. I think people are understandably upset in the way that a lot of the way that generative AI is being utilized, and I think it's a raw subject for a lot of people, understandably. Exactly, it's a tool, and I think people are trying to find a way to how to utilize it as a tool where it doesn't feel like a crutch, where it doesn't feel like it's replacing people. So we're still in that kind of like trying things out phase, while also seeing people take advantage of other people with it and abuse it in negative ways. So it's a very sensitive subject where it's like we should try to find a way to, you know, see what it's a good fit for it, while utilizing something that is, you know, hurting people and hurting the environment, etc. So it's difficult. It's complicated, I guess is a good way of putting it. So am I disappointed hearing about it? Yes. Am I condemning the new Divinity game for it yet? Not quite. But it is a tally mark in the negatives part in my brain of like, ooh, unfortunate. Humans are flawed, use the artists you hired. Yeah. That's kind of the thing too, where it's just like, if it's a placeholder, literally just do stick figures in like a clip studio art or something, you know? But I don't know the details. I don't know the details how they're doing it. So until I see the details to see how they go about it, I'm going to hold my judgment. and I'm gonna see what comes of it. You know what I mean? Beware the duels, doors will still lose. Okay, so shepherds are different. Yeah, we're talking about divinity. Yeah. All right, let's see. Barack, what do you got for me? So the rhino will switch. If the rhino's gonna switch, then we are gonna want to be in the front with paper. Like this. Yeah, Divinity 2 is very funny. Okay, perfect. Okay, what is this? What does the shepherd do? At the start of their turn, the opponent draws 1 piece instead of 3. 1 piece. The 1 piece is real! We're gonna do this one to win twice. Oh, it's active immediately. Interesting. All right, this one we'll do this one. Okay. All right. So I win this one. But I see the benefits here. All right, paper beats shield. Paper beats shield. Shield beats sword. And then I just kill your shepherd. Because F you. Goat wins the round. Alright. Now. Okay, what do we got? We got the trickster sword. So what the trickster does is that they can become anything else other than the sword. They can become anything else. So it's a gamba, right? It's a gamba as far as like you want to make it so that either of the other two options would either make it a draw or a win. So it's like a 50-50, but it's a positive 50-50. But the ones that make it go down is very, very usable. Okay. All right. So that's going to be a shield that if it... Okay. So if it's a sword that if it wins, they get double points. Let's make them fight a shield where if it's a draw, I win. Okay. Okay. So now we switched. Now he's going to be switching forward and back, which is actually kind of funny here. So we're going to do this. Perfect. All right, what are you going to do up here? Are you going to have the sword? You're going to have the sword fight. If that sword's going to fight there, we're going to have the shield be here and just pray. Pray to the almighty dodo. And oh, I think I win this. I think the way things are going to work out is that because I have the tiebreaker on the bottom. Okay, win that. Win that. Lose this, but tie here. Take that, Barack! Take that! People misunderstanding, thinking I mean the ex-president. Everyone, there were people outside just being like, yeah, that guy gets it. Good game. You've won these pieces fair and square. May you see more victories. All right, but now we need to kick their butt. Oh my gosh. What in the, oh no, what's it? Chia Pet is that? This piece must replace an opponent's piece if one is available, otherwise there's no effect. That's funny. All right, but that's not what we need to do. We need to bet against Barack and win. That's what we need to do. Oh wait, hold on. Dang it. I needed to pick up the quest. No. Wait, that's all right. We'll kick his butt twice. Isn't that right? We'll move up 1 square. Being able to move your pieces is really, really important in this game. And when you bet, they that's when they take the kid gloves off. Hey, Dragon, welcome in. How have you been, my guy? Ooh, this piece must replace an opponent's piece if one is available, otherwise there's no effect. This is the only option I have that isn't just going to be a problem. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's so funny. I could just be like, you know what? I'm turning your Blue Eyes White Dragon to Baby Dragon just because I feel like it. Because F you in particular. Oh my gosh. Alright, honestly, I'm replacing you. Get effed, Baka. Alright, what do we got here? Ooh. This one, that would be a gambit of either win or lose. That one... Let's do this one here. Haha. Did you miss any dragons? Not this time. Oh my god. What is this? When played, blessings in the opposite row are nullified? Holy, that's strong. Okay, well, here's the thing. Oh, actually... no. Yeah, technically, the way this would go... This is a net win, if I'm understanding this correctly. Alright, hear me out. This is how I think it's going to happen. The number 3 slot will move up. Our little tentacle guy will move up. Then his thing is going to proc. It's going to completely remove any blessings of that rhino, so it won't flip. Our sword guy then kills their paper, and with them being both shields, they just neutralize. All right, and then, but our swords will draw, but then my shield will beat a sword. So I think we're gonna win 2-0 with this round. Let's see. Oh, it uses it immediately. Okay, it's not how I thought it was gonna be. So we lose. Need to do that in like 20 or so minutes because I'm streaming Pokemon Soul Lock in a bit. Hell yeah! Good luck. So this was a draw. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, if we draw, we technically win. Just saying. Okay, what do we got? Ooh, Sword Pig. Let's go. Sword Pig strong. We like to see it. All right. So now we replace this with. Oh, honestly, that's funny. We switch it and then switch it back, so it's just neutral. I'm fine with that. He would be smart. He would do that. Perfect. Let's see here. Let's do... Of course, welcome in, Dragon, as always. Let's do... Paper here? Oh, of course you get a sword immediately. Oh. That's an interesting decision. Either I win or we draw. Okay, so that's how that works. Got it. Man, I wish this was anything. I wish this was paper go up. How long y'all have played the funny chess game? Not long. Not long at all. Crap. I guess sword. We might lose this. Yep, they got shield. Oh. Interesting choice. I guess it doesn't matter all that much. Damage. Did he lose? It's another tie. I guess we win. Oh, they got the double point. Oh, I won. Yeah, he flopped. Oh, that music. Really considering playing again just to get the DLC and play this? Seriously? I highly recommend playing it. Alright, win 2 wool. Gotcha. So we need to do this again. Alright, Barack. Let's just do 2 out of 2. Why not? Surely he's not going to kick my butt now that I've maxed the bet. They just like, kids' gloves are off, boy. Must replace a piece. That's pretty good, but let's go ahead and do that. Alright, paper. Okay, so that one reverses that one. So that's always going to be there. We need another reverse in order to take care of it. Just a bunch of base guys, huh? Okay. Well, we're just going to just do this, I guess. Open up both of the sides for any kind of reversals. Okay, so that's a medium. If, I guess, a tie here. I'm really not getting good pieces. Oh, don't you dare. Oh. Yep. And I guess this one? I could also do this. Ooh. See, funny thing is, I could replace it, but I would still lose. It's still paper. I could do this one, which is really funny. Yeah, let's do this one, just because F you. Perfect. Give me a sword. Interesting. Because if I flip this, I still lose. I still lose it. Regardless. This one won't do anything. It would be a lose-lose situation anyway. Let's see. I think this is it, even though it doesn't really do anything. I think this is technically a tie. If my math is mathing. Alright, we flip back, we flip that. Paper beats shield. Sword beats paper. Shield beats paper. Sword beats paper. Yeah, tie. And now... Alright, what's the next... What was this one gonna be? Ooh, paper... See, I like the exchangers, but I also like the beat when tie. That one's also really good. Alright, so go ahead. I dare you to just do it. Yeah! I'm gonna put a flip right here. Perfect. Let's go. Oh, you son of a... No! What have I done? Oh, boy. What we're gonna do... Well, that's it. I don't know if we're gonna win this one, boys. Just saying. This will need me to do a lot of rereading on Yu-Gi-Oh! Player to make any sense of it. What are you Bro, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like hard mode. What do you mean? Alright, so that one's gonna go there. Honestly... You gave me 3 shields, which is crazy. Alright, Trickster Shield, let's go. I don't know what you're gonna do, because I don't know what I'm gonna do. Alright, it's gonna be a 50-50 for lose-win on that one. So I'm either gonna lose or draw. I lost. Lost here. Magic is easier to under... Whoa, what? How did I win 2 of those? I don't know how to do this. You fool! Stop drawing me and let me fish you! I enjoy playing Magic. I will say that. I like playing Magic. I enjoy the art. I enjoy all that other kind of stuff with Magic. I also used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So I can confirm that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is crazy. Let's see here. That one, when it wins, it doubles. So what we're going to do is that we're actually going to shield Trickster here. So it's either going to tie or win. So that is going to go there. Oh my god, give me something. All right, I guess shield here? Question mark? You're gonna, yeah. Oh, frick you. Really? Okay, well, he's gonna get double points because he managed to get a flip up. Let's see here. After this, after we beat him this round, because we're going to, we'll do a recharge. Let's see. We're gonna tie break here. Don't you dare, you son of a! You only gave me one chance. Oh. You know what? That might have evened it out. We'll see. So that's gonna flip. So we'll get 2 points. Yep. Boom, 2 points there. I kick your butt here. However, I kick your butt here, and then I kick your butt here. Take that, Shepherd, in your face. One of these days is going to be, take that, Satan. Everyone's like, what is he talking about? All right, let's see here. Trickster shield or sword? I don't think it matters. Let's do draws as our win for the sword. Okay. So that gets switched. So if that's the case, then what we'll do is we'll do this here. And then you're going to put paper there. Interesting. If he's going to put paper there, then I'm going to put sword there. Now what? Interesting. So the shield is now is the opposite. Huh. They didn't really give me a good last batch. Because we could do this one, which will flip it, right? So the bottom sword will go up. That sword will go down. The pig's going to be replaced by something that we don't know. But this will at least keep it, I think, consistent with that sword. Maybe. It's going to be a lot of moving parts. I might screw myself here, but it's better than paper with a bunch of swords on the enemy team. And then they pick a shield, didn't they? Of course they did. Of course they did. All right. I have no idea how this is going to turn out. A lot of things are going to happen. All right. So they go down, and then they flip, and then they go back, and then they flip. Oh, okay. I beat you there. Nothing happens. And then you beat me. And I win. And it's just that easy. And it's just that easy. I totally knew how that was going to turn out. I was giving them false confidence. Look at that. That's amazing. Perfect. And we got a little shepherd. Look at him. He's adorable. Each time this piece moves, gain 2 points. That's actually really funny. Your Flockade prowess is impressive, Shepherd. More pieces for the collection. All right. What we're going to do, we're going to go over to Coca. And before we get started, we're going to do a quick commercial break. See y'all in 3 minutes. Get some water, get some food, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. I will see y'all in a bit. As I drink from my Dr. Pepper. And now it's just you and me. The people who either are subbed, or have turbo, and or just didn't get ads. because it's inconsistent as all hell, really. Was busy killing a boss to death. Well, killing a boss would eventually lead to death. I don't know how to tell you this, but killing tends to lead to death, usually. I don't know if you knew this. It'd be true. But we are gonna move down. Moving down at the speed of whatever gear this is. For those that don't know, I have a standing desk. And I try to alternate between standing and sitting. For circulation purposes. I don't have anything like circulatory issues, but way back when I took like 23andMe, which in hindsight probably shouldn't have done. Because now, you know, a company has my DNA. I had like a I think it was either 3 or 5 times more increase for like leg blood clots. So, you know, I've been trying to make sure that I don't sit for super long periods of time because I'm anticipating that's where a lot of that's coming from. I'm just sitting a lot, and it's like, that's really bad for your body. So I'm trying to, you know, make sure that I stand and sit and do aerobic exercises, especially in snowstorms that we're going to be hit soon. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to do aerobic exercises for the rest of this week, tell you that much. But I'm still going to try to do some exercise, you know, here and there. But yeah, no, I have been loving this game. Truly, truly. It's been a good time. But yeah, hopefully y'all are doing well. Hold on here. I think what I might do... Let us see here. Well, if I look... Well, it's at 40. No, I think it's fine. I kind of... Maybe I should turn it up on the OBS. I'm just noticing that even though I am pretty in the yellow, for the most part, we're kind of in the green. Well, no, we're pretty okay. I think it's fine. Just trying to keep an eye on... As somebody who has gone through all the VODs, and I'm like, man, my sound is inconsistent. And welcome back. Time to play the game. Alright, nothing new here? Okay, cool. Good. I was gonna say, if they keep on adding more pieces with everything, it's gonna be crazy. Tiebreaker. Let's do that. And then... Oh! Interesting. What are you? Each time this piece moves, you gain 2 points. That could be pretty great. Let's do that. Okay. We're gonna do we're gonna go ahead and switch this with a sword. So we automatically get 2 points for that. Okay. Interesting choice. You gave me 3 shields against the only... Oh, wait, hold on. I actually want this. We want this. And then this guy could be anything. So we're kicking her butt. This game is just like, oh, when you're not betting anything, we're not gonna actually try hard. So we got 2 off the rip. I win the tie there. And then I win this. And then I win this. Oh, get effed. 5-1. Why don't you go find your kids, Coco? I'm sorry. I say that because all her missions are just me finding her kids. Over and over again. Because they just play hide and seek the whole time. That's not a... That could be misconstrued in a negative way. Ooh, a lone shepherd off the rip. Perfect. It reduces theirs as like as you know, one chance, one choice, versus now I have 3 from the very beginning. Let's do, I really love this guy here. However, if I do this here, it either will be a shield, which it will tie, or it will be a paper in which I will win. Perfect. Then paper down here. Oh, so that's gonna reverse. So if that's gonna reverse, then I will go ahead and, so that's paper up top. If that's paper up top, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this guy, so then that will flip. And then I'll be able to do a sword here. So I only lose 1. All right, let's see it. Okay, it's a tie. Neither of us get points for this. And then I lose that. Then I win this. And then I lose this. Where did I miscalculate? I miscalculated somewhere in there. I was like, I got this in the bag. And then it proceeded to... Something happened. Something happened somewhere. I don't know how I managed to make them only have 1 and still didn't get to move forward. All right, let's see here. We want a sword here. Whenever they move. Got you. Oh, if we can get the shepherds to fight each other, that'd be great. Okay. Wow, a whole lot of nothing, huh? For the sake of, I guess, here? Hell yeah. Oh, this would be funny. I'm gonna turn this one into paper. And guess here. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. I think I win. I think. Switch that. This switches. I think it's a top. It's I win. And yeah, because this ties. And then I shepherds automatically lose to literally everybody. I would have lost if I didn't replace that, because it would have moved and gotten them too. Never suited the game, but I do love the pieces. Please take them. They're yours now. More pieces, more pieces, more pieces. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ooh, marked by the wolf. This piece wins in a duel. The opponent loses 1 point. Interesting. All right, come here. All right, Coca. All right, let's see here. All right, Coca, we need to max bet. Let's lend 3. All right. Let's see how well you do against my almighty dodo luck. Let's see here. We want this situation. Ooh, so that's a shield that if they win, they automatically... Yeah, right. We're gonna have this be here. Oh, don't you effing dare. Okay. Oh, what? Okay, alright. This one, honestly, here is not a bad... This is not a bad go. You're gonna do sword. Okay. We could do this one. No, it wouldn't be worth it. I think this sword, this shield here is worth it. Okay. I think I come out on top on this. Let's see. All right, this becomes paper. Perfect. We're going to win. All right, so I beat you there. I beat you there. We're going to tie here. I win ties. And then paper beats the wolf. Classic. Classic. We demolished them. Koga, you step into my house. My house. All right. Whenever this moves, I get 2 points. We might be able to utilize this. All right. Let's move this guy around a lot. Don't even focus on anything else. You son. You know what? You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Ooh, breaking. Oh, even ties. Ooh. Stop giving. Okay, nope. This one's fine. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're fine. We're okay. Uh-oh. Interesting. Again, this is a... They get 2 more spots after this. So this is really just going to have to be determinant of them getting unlucky with their pulls. This one will make it so that the shield will either draw or lose. This is the smartest decision of what I can do right now. All right. Paper that switches. And then a shield that could become anything else. That's a smart move on their part. All right, let's see. And paper, paper. Okay. I think I win. They tie all the way through. And then I kill the last one. All right. With the skin of our beak, we got it. I concede with delight, Shepherd. You are a victor. Why are they all good losers? All right. New shepherd, new shepherd, new shepherd, new shepherd, new shepherd. What does this one do? If dueling against a piece marked by the wolf, the whole round is won. That is crazy. You're a formidable opponent, Shepherd. Be sure to claim your reward. I did. Furnace is almost empty. Uh-oh. Ooh, I've been too busy playing games. No! Not the wolves! Guys, there's wolves here! Guys! Spank! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out! Guys! What are you doing up there? Oh my God! What have you done to me? The sin, it is consuming my soul. How could you? The greed for sin, you damned me. I will find you in the next life. I will punish you for this. Who's Thetty? Who's that guy? You go and play a card game for a couple hours, then y'all can't handle yourselves. What happened? By the way, these are meat people. See this? See this meat person? They're like that. Okay, where's our boy? All right. Come on. Come on, old man. Let's get you in the ground. All right, so now we're gonna collect this, put you in here. We're going to, oh my gosh, though. Like, we need to, there's a couple things we need to do. First, oh, I don't even remember if I said Foxy. I'm gonna be real. Let's do ooh, what's this? Life to ice. Temporarily abuse snow lambs to life. That's pretty funny. Father wedding ceremony. Bonfire ritual. We don't have a lot of bones anymore. We've been resurrecting a lot of people. That would explain it. I don't, what do you mean I don't, like, bro, I don't, have you ever streamed? It's just stream of consciousness. It like, It is brain to voice. There's nothing there. You don't have time to think about what you're gonna say, even though I do that all the time. Yeah, let's do a bonfire. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember what I said. I don't know. All right. And then now we do a sermon. Get everybody's, you know, they're like, hey, you know, everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. And then what I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to inspire. So a bunch of people we're good, right? Haha. Maybe. And we can't do anything here yet because we haven't progressed the game because let's see here. Let's go ahead and do more of this, more of shepherd's pie. Let's go ahead and do hearty meat broth, I guess. Yeah, I guess hearty meat broth. There might be some vomit. Y'all got it. Y'all be fine. Probably. Let's see here. Clean. Gotta clean our sheep. We're gonna go ahead and get all this for bedding material. Let's check to make sure our food. So our Lamish, this guy loves the cauliflower, and let's do turtleish. All right, turtleish. Let's feed you, I don't know, pumpkin. Do you like pumpkin? All right, and then Lameish, you need, you like cauliflower, so there you are. Stop dissenting. When did you dissent, Nightwolf? What? When did that happen? Well, good thing I made the ones that stop people from dissenting. You know, shepherd's pie or whatever. Oh wait, well, there's a new thing to declare for winter in the temple. All right. Doctrine. No, I don't want to rename the cult. No, that's fine. We're fine. Uh-huh. How do I declare it? Uh-huh. What's that thing on the right? Find the commandment stone fragments. Oh, a blizzard had started. Clear blizzard. F you. F you, blizzard. Take this. And we just get it all back, baby. All right, let's build a snow lamb. Get it, snow lamb instead of snowman. Haha. And we're gonna make it perfect. Look at it! 95, that's the best so far. And we can make them alive. Alright, let's see here. Oh, ooh, what? Why was the cowish up here? Excuse me? What? When did our cowish die? And why was he up there? Hey, what's up? What was this? We need to bring the turtleish to level 3. Level 3 turtle. One day this turtle will be a VTuber. Melon snoring. Hey, alright, that's just a walking poop. We're just gonna ignore that. You're level 2. Can I, like, pet you? Oh, look at him. He's level 3 now. That's perfect. You're gonna come with me. I could ride this turtle? Oh my god. This is a fast turtle. Hey guys, did you know that turtles are actually fast? What the This is a fast turtle. Whee! Let's go! Let's go! Alright. Okay, we got... Well done, youngster. A fine ranching specimen. And I found a new ranch animal for you, too. It's a snail. What? Even he's surprised. He's like, wait a minute, what? Brain level 4. Okay. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and grab this. And we're going to grab both of these two, because why not? Good one. Anyway. Do you want to play another card? No, all right. Okay, no, it's fine. Huh? What? Am I stuck? What's going on? It's midwinter. Every winter, one night will be longer than the rest. Midwinter celebration ritual can only be available for the longest night. Celebrate with your followers. Midwinter celebration? What? Oh, whoa. I saw the button and I clicked it out of instinct. So, hopefully the midwinter celebration is a positive thing for us. Well, that seems like positive. That's a lot of faith. Ooh, well, perfect. Ritual. Midwinter celebration? Is that on here? Maybe it only happens at night? Ooh. I gave a sermon and everyone was happy about it. Let's throw nothing. I want add fuel to the fire. All right, but how do I? But how do I? All right, let's put up our new boys. We have a crab now. What's this? Another snow lamb. Yeah, 93. See, we still haven't been able to get 100%. All right, cool. Let's see here. We're gonna have. Yeah, this makes. Oh. So this makes jewels. So these animals give raw materials from instead of going and gathering, you could just raise little guys to get it for you. Good to know. All right, so we need to get baby crabbish all the way up to 4. So let's go ahead and pay it. We're gonna go ahead and pay it. And we're gonna go ahead and pay it. And then we're gonna fleece. And then we're gonna pet all of them. We're gonna pet all the animals. This is a petting zoo. I am tempted to ascend this guy, but only tempted. And then make sure that their food is okay. Looks like all the new guys need to be fed. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and feed our people. Let's give them all cauliflower and see if any of them like cauliflower. I keep on doing the wrong one. Cauliflower. And then feed more cauliflower. How did y'all like that? Was it super great? Super not great? I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to ascend. All right, Melon. It's time. Ascend Prime animal. Go to Amazon Prime. Go forth. Become what you've always meant to be. The goat. The goat. Totally normal about this, by the way. All right, so we're off. We're going. That's all going. Oh, what's up? What's up, Punana? Great lamb. Piranha plants is so beautiful. Ooh. I want to impress them with my dancing and drum circle. Hey, Piranha, someone has a crush on you. Oh my god. All right, let's have this guy do a drum circle. All right, Punana, let's get in here. There they are. Hopefully Piranha will be impressed. Let's see. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. I remember this beat. I was like, yeah, this feels like so, like, Anticlimactic. Look at the dancing! Crazy, right? All right, let's get that sin out of you. All right. Juicy is a wild response. I kind of want to wait to see what kind of festival thing. Is there I could summon a demon. Yeah, that's a thing. Whoop. And 97%. That was more awkward than any of the other ones. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I'm actually surprised there's actually stuff to pick up. I'll take it. It's a juicy tapework. Oh, I thought you were saying their dancing was juicy. I was like, oh, well, okay then. By all means, go off, King. What's up, Abbas? Have you seen these new piles around? You can make snowlands with them. You should make a perfect one, like you. Aww. Such a flatterer. I sense a distinct lake of graves or lack of graves. Well, you see, instead of graves, we put them in the fertilizer. We turn them into fertilizer. The cycle of life. That's what we do. We turn them into fertilizer that we add to the plants, and then I resurrect y'all back from the dead. I already built a perfect snowman, but let's see if there's any more snowmen to make. Oh, right. Who the frick did this? Was that you, Nightwolf? Nightwolf, stop pooping so big. Oh, here we go. Let's make a perfect snowman. It's gonna be so perfect. It wasn't. Collect reward from Abbas. I shall. And then now... Oh, right. We need bones, don't we? Because I was gonna say, like... decent snowman. Should we make, like, a really bad one to see what happens? Hey, Ratty. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right, Abbas. I did... Hey, sorry. I interrupted you, but, like, I completed your thing. No, you're fine. You are always welcome to stop in and leave at your heart's desire. Perform life to ice ritual. Okay. But do we have the bones for it? We don't. Can we get bones? Isn't there a thing where if we, like, sacrifice somebody, we get bones, something, something? I thought. I wonder if one of the things that we can get will give us bones. Actually, you know what? The one who waits, get us some bones. We need some bones. See ya, my guy. Sorry you're not here for the ritual, or for the party. But how is your, did you get the eggs from the dragon and the rot yet? I think you'll like the guys that hatch out. No. At the time, I didn't have enough flowers to exchange for it. It's unfortunate. But I did see it. A drink house has been emptied. You drank everything? Damn. Go off. All right, make another good snowman. And it's gonna be perfect. Oh, we need to make a bad one. That's right. All right, Ludo is on there. Okay, so now we're just waiting until night. Oh, welcome back. Return from the missionary. Find more U logs. Hell yeah. Keep it secret. We'll see. All right, y'all go to bed. Cute boy, go to bed. Go to bed, cute boy. All right, right. Boo, 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 boo. What about you? Yep, more you. Perfect. We want more you logs. That's great. So I'm hoping it just happens during the night. And then we could just do it. So I'm just kind of chilling. And see what happens. Anything else that we can do? I think we messed with all these guys. Hopefully no more wolves. Alright, looks like it's about to become nighttime. So what do we do now? Oh. Did I summon the wolves? Guys! Guys! What are you doing? Help me with the wolves! Help me with the wolves! Come on! Come here. Come here. What are you doing over here? What do you... there you go. Oh. Hell yeah. Okay. So now that it's nighttime, what can I do? Oh, I bet you it's a ritual that I need to unlock. And I haven't unlocked it yet. Oh. Heal all freezing and ill followers with the celebration. We needed one more of these flowers? No. That's unfortunate. We need to get more of those flowers, dude. We weren't able to get a dragon egg. We weren't able to get a lot of stuff. But at least we know. Alright. Our guy is safe. That's what matters. We have U-logs now, so we can help this dude now. What's up, my guy? Now that's better. Stylish and tidy, with room and energy to flow. So you're the lost lamb, hmm? My wife called you a shepherd, but I'm not convinced. But I suppose we may trade for wool. Alright, what do you got in here? You got blueprints. So we got rendering the mountain, a red square, and wire bundle. Oh, wow, cool. How much is this? 10? Yeah, no. Bye. I built your house, but yeah, no, cool. Those prices are fine. Where's the other one? Yeah, here we go. Ah, this place, our haven, now our graves unmourned. Shepherd, will you repair these markers? Oh, well, no. Let's see, actually. I might have enough just from them doing stuff here. Nope, I do not have enough. They're being lazy, aka they're sleeping. So let's go kick some butt. Alright, Rami. Let's kick your butt. Alright, Mr. I'm a blacksmith and I got burned. I don't know why I'm making fun of that. I think blacksmiths are cool as hell. Let's do tiebreaker. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna hit you with a sword. Okay. We're looking pretty good. I'm also just going to... Let's do this. Tiebreaker. Love to see it. Ooh, interesting. Okay, well, that's just gonna be the same thing twice. That will just get me killed. Oh, all these are shields, so I will just automatically lose on the bottom left. That's unfortunate. Crazy they gave me that. In that case, I'm just gonna also flip, because why not?
Oh, he'll make me lose a point with that. Hell yeah, Ratty. Alright, well, I'm gonna lose a point here. But I technically didn't lose any points. I think it's a tie? Hell yeah. Tie, 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 tie. We take those on the first round. Second round, not so much. All right. We really don't want to lose to the wolf. I guess we'll do this here. Because it's just really good to be able to move things around. Bruh. I guess here? That's kind of crazy. I guess this here? Well, if I do this... yeah, this here. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. I think. Okay. So I kill you. You kill me. I kill you. And then I kill you. Take that, Rami. Man, that was tough for like a not betting round. So Rami's gonna get tough once we start betting. Don't tell anyhow, but I really enjoyed Flockade. You know, the pieces are made well. Perhaps it would be nice seeing them win for a change. Please take them. Let's go! New little pieces. Marked by the wolf. If this piece wins a duel, opponent loses 1 point. When playing blesses on the... Okay, you know, it's just more nullified stuff. Alright, let's beat Rani. Then we need to beat Chazak, Sariel, and that's it. So we have those two people as well. Alright, but first things first, we want Rami at max bet. Let's go. Alright, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got for me? Paper off the rip. Okay, perfect. Boom. Okay, what else you got for me here? Alright, so we know at least it's not going to do that. So far, so good. Okay, so bottom, we are probably safe, unfortunately. Or fortunately. We'll see. Oh, okay, so he wins ties. Oh, I just win every time. Oh, I win every one of these. That's unfortunate for Rami. I got real good with this one. Alright. I do double points here. Win this one. Win this one. And not only do I win this one, but they lose a point if they had any. That was a mean round. That was a mean round, dude. Alright. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Okay. The moving things around is goated. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So we can put this one here. I'll switch it.
Bird up.
Love bird up. We'll do... Guess sword here. It doesn't really matter all that much. Sword there. Uh-oh. Oh, well, unfortunate. This guy, not only does he not move anywhere, but he would lose immediately. So I guess this... I was gonna say, if he puts a shield anywhere... Okay, interesting.
Interesting decision, Remy. If you put the shield literally anywhere in that, I would have lost to it, but okay. So we got this guy. We tie for this guy. We get this guy. And then we tie for this guy. Bird up! I love that. I love that soundbite, dude. It's so funny. All right, Rami. So Rami is definitely the easiest by far. There's a game. Can I go back to my forge now? Oh, they wanted to die. Got you. All right, Chazak. I don't think Chazak is going to go easy on us. I think this guy is going to kick our ass and laugh at our face. All right, what do you got? What do you got for me? Anything but shield, huh? If it's anything but shields, then I am going to say I'm going to pick shield here because it's either going to be... No. Because it's either going to be sword, which I would beat, or paper, in which I would lose. But if I pick sword, then it will either we'll tie or I'll win. So yeah, sword. Okay. Then we want shield here. Yeah. Because I'll beat the sword and then I'll get double points. And then, ooh, sword, and then not only that, but you lose 1 point. Ooh, interesting. Now that's gonna be all fucky. Ooh, perfect. This is just gonna tie, but I remove... Oh, I removed the whole row! I forgot it was the whole row! Oh, get effed. Oh, never mind. I get effed. We still win, but I forgot it was the whole row. We were anticipating him changing. Oh no. Alright. Goat starts the round. Goat starts the round. Oh, I start the... Has that always been the case? Have I just been not noticing that we've been starting the round when we win? That's crazy. Let's see here. We love tiebreakers. Shield up front. Okay, that checks out. This will automatically... This will just tie us up. That's fine. You're gonna put a shield in the bottom, aren't you? Oh, crap. Alright. We're doing this to, we're doing this to prevent that from moving. Man, the Mama Dragon Valak makes me sad. Hopefully she'll reunite with her kids someday. I hope so too. I haven't been able to progress her story though. Not yet anyway. Ooh, that's... Ooh, I can force this to be... Interesting. Because here's the thing. That's gonna... We already eliminated the thing. So we can force this to be a shield so we could turn this into paper. Because I'm gonna lose the shield. Oh, I'm gonna lose a point there. Oh, F you. Are you kidding me? No way. Oh, no. We just needed a single paper, and they gave us a non-anything but paper. If dueling against a marked piece of a wolf, we would have won the round. All right, looks like this is just a lost round, so we'll just, I guess, do this. Because we're gonna flip it. That's good. Oh, okay, cool. We even lost the 50-50. That's crazy. All right, got one. He gets one, and then he gets one, and then I lose one. Yeah. Yeah. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. I just needed a normal, regular paper, and the game was just like, no. No, I don't think so. All right, pig. You're gonna put it on the other side. Yep. And then again, you're only giving me that is crazy. We're gonna go ahead and do this. Will tie it up, but let's try to keep it open just in case. Oh, ooh, smart. Okay. Well, again, can't really do it. It's not giving me anything to use. The game is really messing with me. I really was right with Chazak being like, yeah, this guy's gonna be hard. I guess here? What is that? It gave me so much. Oh my gosh. What is this? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Just gotta pray, I guess. But I lose. I straight up lose. There's nothing I can do. They really, really gave me the short end of the stick with this. Alright, let's see what happens. They flip it. They flip it. Oh. Interesting. Tie. Oh, he fumbled. Is he looking down on me? Is Chazak? Is Chazak toxic? Is he like, oh, I lost. Oh no. I'm out of practice, that's all. I guess you should take these. They're beautifully crafted. We should probably bet money next, yeah? He's like trying to grift me. Oh my gosh. Alright. Let's get his thing. Oh, what's this one? Ooh. Do I wanna know? What is this? When played, all pieces on opponent's sides have blessings notified. That's crazy. Your Flockade prowess is impressive, Shepard. More pieces for the collection. Alright. We need to win 8 wool, and then I don't think we've met Sariel yet. Hey, Ella! Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm currently going to probably lose to this in this minigame. Thank you! I'm glad how it turned out. It's very good. How have you been? This is for the new Cult of the Lamb DLC, which I'm having a blast with. Highly, highly recommend if you've never played it. Very good game. Very good DLC. This game can be a little, minigame can be a little crazy though. It's essentially rock, paper, scissors, but then pieces get to move around and change other things. So that's what I've been spending my time with. We like tiebreakers, so if it's another shield, it'll tie. Yeah, you like that one? You're like, ah, that's you. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'll send you a pic later so you can put it as your profile picture. It's good. I've been all right. I've been prepared for this snowstorm that's going to be coming in soon. But stream's been good. It's been really fun. I love this game. So I've just been having a good time, just kicking these guys' butt and unlocking stuff. But yeah, it's been fun. Ooh. What do I want? Y'all getting slammed over there? Yeah. So I don't know if there will be another stream tonight or tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, no, we've prepped. We've prepped and made sure that we have food, we have water, we have extra layers, we have blankets. Like, it's supposed to get down to like 7, and I'm not kidding. Like, we're getting to single digit colds, as well as multiple inches of ice and multiple inches of snow. Like, I've been seeing multiple videos where it gets so cold that the trees explode. Like, that's how bad this storm is trees are going to explode. So I'm gonna be, as long as I have electricity, I'm not gonna be bored. Yeah, actually exploding. And then if we don't have electricity, I have a book, so I'll be able to, you know, utilize it. But we're anticipating like potentially 3 or 4 days of possibly no electricity and/or internet. So, but we should be okay. Once Wednesday will warm back up and start thawing things out, but until then, people are like bunkered down. Yeah, no, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving this place. I might go for a walk if it warms up a little bit because I love walking in the snow. But you know, beyond that. Beyond that, so you know, I might not be able to stream because you know the trees are exploding outside. Tree explosion warning. That would be actually a really funny like little mini commercial we could do. It's like, are your trees exploding? Well, this is tree gain. 100% preventive measure of keeping your trees from exploding. How does it work? We don't know. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's do this to mess them up. You only got that only option. You fool. Let's do you over here. What do you got? Oh, you're gonna put that down there, aren't you? Yeah, you are. All right. And now, oh crap. Honestly, even better. Let's go. Let's go. But how have you been? How have you been, Ella? Hopefully well. All right, they're gonna switch. We're gonna switch. Shepherd loses to everybody. Shield beats sword. Paper hits each other. And then my guy loses. That's fine. 2 out of 1, we win those. We win those. Listen, there's 8 wool on the line. Those don't grow on trees. They technically grow on animals, which feed on trees. My schedule finally set in stone for the new job. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're able to get some clarity with that too. And hopefully we'll be able to collab soon. You know, play some games. Because I've been missing you. Let's do shields? Yes, shields. So down to game anytime. Yeah! Gosh, but there was one game. I forget what it was now, but I could have sworn there was one game I was just like, Ella would love this. I don't remember what it was. Final Fantasy 14. Fortnite. Oh, you play Fortnite? Did you tell Melon that? Melon loves Fortnite. She's all about it. You should let her know. You should let her know that you're down for Fortnite. Oh, we should. Let's definitely do like a co-op Resident Evil 5 thing, because that's co-op. So I would love to do that with you. That would be so much fun. I've also seen streams where people mod, like mod the characters. Wait, is it Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil 5 that's co-op? We did talk about Dead by Daylight at some point. I don't remember. I think I bought it. I think I bought it, but I was only going to play with y'all. Like I wasn't gonna be like I wasn't switching to like I'm gonna be playing Dead by Daylight like on stream all the time. It's gonna be like I'm going to be playing with a private game with friends and we're just having a good time, like that kind of deal. Yeah, I played that with friends too. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. People be so mean and toxic. Exactly. That's the one thing I wanted to avoid. It was just like, ugh, do I want to deal with that? That's the question. Do I think I would be pretty decent at it? Probably. Do I want to deal with it? Same with Fortnite. Exactly. I just do like 3 or 4, a group of 3 or 4 with friends, and we just do Fortnite and stuff. So, I'm also down to do Fortnite with you and Melon as well, if you want to do that. Kit also plays Fortnite. We all do like casually, so by all means. Yeah, please do. And let's figure out a good time for Resident Evil 5. because that's gonna be that would be really fun. And we can see if maybe we can do like modded, where you can mod the player model, and maybe you could be a certain somebody, you know, who's also known in the Resident Evil worlds, that you could just be that character the whole time. I'll be Master Chief. Same reason. No, trust. Honestly, let's do this one for that one. And then, okay, so that switches. That's weird that you did that. Oh, no, it's not weird that he did that. Oh. Interesting. So what I could do is do this, and it would eliminate him getting points. Dude, I bought the new figure of him so fast. Oh, I bet. I do not doubt it for a moment. For a single moment do I doubt it. Ooh, this is interesting. Because if I do this, it eliminates all the movement stuff. So if that's the case, I win, I lose, I win, I lose. It would be a tie, which technically is a win. Is a win in my book. Let the duel begin, and yet it falls together. Shepherd loses to anything. My shepherd loses to anything. Their sword loses to my shield. My shield loses to their paper. It's a tie, but I already won a round, so I win. Her. My pieces were poorly shuffled. I demand a rematch. Yeah, that's the kind of losing I could get behind. There we go. There we go. Love to see it. Okay, what's our new shepherd? What do we get? What do we get? If this pieces loses a duel, 2 points are awarded. Interesting. For a shepherd? A shepherd automatically loses. You're a formidable opponent, shepherd. Be sure to claim your reward. I did. Is there... Oh, here we go. Sariel. Sariel is like so chill, but then like kicks your butt. Didn't even try. All right, sword down. Let's see it. Let's see what you got in store for me. Final boss of this game. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm gonna do this though. Ha ha ha! In your face. Ooh. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm going to. That's gonna go down. I should have. Oh, crap. I should have had the deer be on the bottom left. Oopsies. Okay. In that case, all right, I'll just pray. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, ooh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but it's going to be funny. Oh, do the random. Yes, you're not a coward. Let's go. All right. I have no idea how this round is going to go. There's a lot of things happening. Okay, that switches. So I lost completely. I got completely destroyed. It couldn't have been more in his favor. Well, that's final boss for you. All right, Sariel, you got lucky last time. Let's do this. This is my deck. Yugi. I'm bringing the voice back. Sariel, you have cards up your sleeve. You son of a... Alright, sword beats that. Alright. Okay. Interesting. That guy loses to everything. I guess we'll just do this for now. And we'll recharge after this. After I kick his butt. Yeah. When I win, I kick his butt. This could be that could. Oh, perfect. Yes, I just win. I don't care what happens now. I just win the game. Let's do this one. I don't care. We win. If that guy faces a wolf, I just win the game. Which is kind of crazy, but still funny. Alright, so that's a tie. Nothing happens. I lose here. That's a tie. But I faced off a wolf. I automatically win the round. Oh! Parent attack! Go! That should have been an achievement to actually pull that off. Because it's only that type that it goes through. I guess sword? You just got me a whole lot of nothing. Bruh. The most stacked I've ever seen it. Let's see here. That's a sword and nothing. Wow, a whole lot of nothing. I guess Alright. How about giving me something? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You son of a... Of course. Okay. Hey, game. How about giving me literally anything? Okay, I just lose. Good game, everybody. If I put that on the top left, it would have been fine. Yeah. Yeah, I just lose. So I guess I'm just gonna do this. And then lose the round, because the game didn't give me anything. Alright, what do you got going for me? First, that will switch, and then that will switch. I will lose every fight. I will lose every fight. I think it's a... Oh no, looks like we're going into a tunnel. Oh my gosh. Oh, is that an ad? Is that an ad tunnel coming up? That's crazy. Oh, everyone watch out! Guys, get down! Chat! Now that the people who aren't subbed here, how are you doing? Oh man. Ooh, it's time to move the desk back up. Looks like sticks might still happen this evening. Perfect. Right, cool. Keep in touch. Or just keep me in the loop. Perfect. Yeah. Alright, let's move this desk up so we're not sitting for super long. The Krabby Patty secret formula. Imagine just a random VTuber stream and they just break down. It's like, oh yeah, no, this is the Krabby Patty formula. First of all, it is called the Krabby Patty, which gives me the impression it is made of crab. Listen, there's a decent amount of like horror, like SpongeBob horror stuff that gives that implication, so I am definitely not the first to think that. But man. See, I knew it was gonna be crazy though. I totally knew it. I knew this guy was gonna be insane. Alright, let's see here. Anything else? Let's get rid of anything else here. That's just me telling everyone that I've started up. That is fine. That's fine. We're fine. You're fine. We're fine. He, she, we fine. I probably quote SpongeBob a little too much. Now that I think about it, maybe I should just start doing other quotes. Enjoy your lurk, Ratty. Oh, thank you. Thank you for vibing. Oh. Stretch. I know there was no redeem for it, but it's good to stretch. This is your reminder to stretch as well. And stay hydrated. Oh. And we're done. And don't forget to eat. I know some of y'all neurodivergents have a tendency not to consume biomass. And I'm here to remind you to consume biomass. All right. We're gonna kick Sariels' butt as long as the game doesn't cheat again. All right. Win double. That's fine, I guess. Ooh, he win ties. That's funny. I guess bottom left there. What do you got for me? You're gonna knock out that whole row? Ooh, all right. Game. You're killing me. Stop giving me replacements that would still lose. Let's see. I guess this here. Here, maybe? Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. I was gonna say... Wow, this is awful. This is awful. They haven't given me anything. It's only pieces that would lose. It's crazy. I can't drink any more water. Listen. It's out. I should probably go get some water, but tell you what, after this round, let me just go get my water real quick, get more water, and then I'll rehydrate. Okay, that's one. Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, it's super hard. By super hard as in, we're gonna give you shit pieces. Crazy. It's like, how was I supposed to play around that? You tell me. Oh, an auto lose? Honestly, this is the play. F you. Alright, so that's gonna switch. If that's gonna switch, we're gonna double points here then. So that I come out on top of that interaction. And then sword this. Don't you dare get another thing. Ooh, okay. And then he's the tiebreaker. Anything but this. Okay, okay. All right. We might be able to turn this around. So then this is going to turn to a sword. Wow. I think this is going to tie, which means he's going to win. It turned into the one thing that he can get a thing for. Or, perfect. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, Sariel. Okay. That time they gave me half decent pieces. So we were able to turn that around, barely. Okay, tiebreaker. Okay. Interesting. Oh gosh, if they have a flip, I'm screwed if this is the case, but we'll see. Yep. Yep, I knew it. I effing knew it. That's gonna flip down. We don't have a way to flip that down. Tiebreaker. I win tiebreakers. You're gonna replace that one. Of course you are. We can't do anything with the damn it. Yeah, they're gonna win. The only thing I could do is yeah, they have all the option in the world. I'm just gonna have to go sword and just pray. Yep, that goes there. And that goes there. He just wins. Yep. He just wins now. Unfortunate. Lose this. Come on. You're really gonna make me sit through it, huh? We're gonna kick his butt. We are gonna do it. All right, let me just get a refill of my water. Y'all have redeemed a hydrate. There isn't enough water. I need to get more water. So be right back. All right, I am back with water, and I'm gonna hydrate. Okay, we got this. We're getting Sariel. We're kicking this guy's butt, even if this game cheats. Let's do it. All right. Okay, that's an auto whatever. That's a paper scribe. We would like a shield scribe if possible, but it's fine. That's also a paper, so we're just gonna have to do this. That's anti-wolf. Ooh, 2 points if we lose. 2 points if we lose. For anything that's here. Might be good. Oh, of course you gave him that. Oh, okay. That will switch that. Which will... Got you, got you. And if that's the case... We're gonna have this here, and then just pray. Wow, they gave me a switch around, but the exact same type, so it would equal the same. That's crazy. In that case, we'll do draws equal. That's crazy. The one time I would have gotten 2 points off of that, and they got the one thing to prevent it. Nothing. I lose here. I lose here. But I win the draw here. Gosh. This game cheats so much. This isn't even like a... Oh man, I made a mistake, or it's like, it's literally just they're getting exactly what they need. Alright. Just lose, we get 2 points. Interesting. Let's go ahead and paper that one. Okay. Hopefully nothing crazy. And we just need a paper. Ooh. This could at least become paper. This becomes shield or sword, so neutral or lose. And this becomes win or lose. Or, I could just do this. I'd rather just neutral. Okay. I think I win this. Yeah, that's flipped. I lose this, but I get 2 points. Then neutral. Neutral. And then I win. Okay. Winning a bet off this man is going to be fucking impossible. Alright. Let's see. Okay. They win draws. So we're gonna do this. What am I doing? I thought it was paper. It's not paper. Oh, frick me. Oh, I'm bad. Okay, well, this at the very least. Oh my gosh. Oh no. We're gonna do this though. F you and your special abilities. Are you gonna F me and my special abilities? Okay. Alright. So that's gonna flip with that. This won't do anything at all. It will switch a shield with a shield. We're just gonna pray. Yep. We didn't pray hard enough. Oh no. Oh boy. I beat him there. He beats me here. He beats me here. And then he beats me here. Whew. As I said, this game cheats. They're like, games control the flock. No, you do not. Sariel, you can back the F off my flock. No, thank you, sir. We're being here until we kick your butt. I do not care. Interesting. That's an interesting play. Alright. Get to an extra point there. Interesting play. Okay. We win swords here. Oh, you son of a... And you didn't give me anything. Alright, well. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. See, that's what I mean by this game cheats. He got exactly what he needed, and I got exactly what I didn't. I think it equals out regardless. But still. But effing still, dude. Alright. All I could really hope for is, like, they get a wolf and I get the anti-wolf, but they can't switch it in time. It's really the biggest thing. Alright, so you're if you win, etc. So, if that's the case, we're gonna go ahead and do this. Interesting play? Boom. Why did I do that? Actually. We're gonna do this. Okay. Now we have all the things in the world. So we're gonna do here. So we get 2. Yeah, we get 2 points here. We get a sword here. And then I guess we tie here. Wow. Wow, you really gave me nothing but lose to shield, didn't you? This is a lose-win. This switches my sword and shield to make it so that it's double lose. And if this is an automatic lose, I would rather do a 50-50 shot. Just please give me paper. That's all I ask. Hell yeah. Okay, it's that easy. All right, win that one. Get an extra point here. Win this one. But then I lose, and I lose a point too. Or no, I kicked his butt. Let's go! Let's go! It's that easy, first try! It's so not. You are remarkable, please take these. They were once very important to me. It's like dirt. He just throws mud. This piece must replace an opponent's piece if one... Okay, so it's a... Ooh, kind of cool looking. Did we get all the pieces? We have all but one of the pieces, which I believe we'll get once we complete this. Oh gosh, that was him without betting, guys. That was him without betting. It was 10, right? Usually it's max. It's 10. All right. Okay. Play normal, play advanced. I don't want to play advanced against this man. Play normal. Let's do that, because, yeah, no. It's like, not hard enough. I'm like, not hard enough? Man, if I had a nickel. Let's see. We want, I guess we'll switch paper with something in front of here. Okay, paper there. Interesting. All right, we're gonna switch with sword here. Okay. Interesting. You really didn't give me a whole... It is just nothing but paper. We'll do that one. No, we're gonna be switching. Again, I don't think it matters all that much. Let's see here. We'll do... Wow. I guess this so that it's at least not a lose. I think we come out on top. Oh, it's a draw. Okay, I'm fine with the draw. I'm fine with the draw for the first round. Okay, this is the round that matters. This is where for all the marbles, all the fleece. Ooh, yeah, this could be anything. Interesting. So they're willing to gamble for that. To put paper there is interesting, to say the least. Let's go ahead and anticipate this. Where that's gonna flip up, that's gonna do that. Ooh, they're gonna move. So that's gonna be that. I'm gonna say this to this. Because then they're gonna lose a point. I'm gonna make them lose a point. Ooh, that's What I could do is this, which would be kind of gnarly. I could place this over the... If I place it over the exchange guy, then the sword will lose automatically, and then that will kick that one, so it's 1 point to each. If I don't... If I switch the shield with that guy, same deal. Same deal. I could do... Sword guy. If I could switch that with that. The problem is the movement, especially if he gets another movement, right? So if we switch with the movement, dude, let's say we switch, right? If we switch, I have a 50-50 chance of losing, and then he gains 2 but loses 1. So it's a 1-to-1. So it's essentially a draw. So leaving it as it is. Crap. I like doing the shields on the outside there, but all that's doing is turning it from a paper to a shield, right? But it's better than just putting up a paper now and then it's a draw. By putting this here, right, then we at least have another chance to try to get paper next round to try to do it. If we put it here, then it'll switch the they won't get 2. They won't get 2, but they'll get 1. So honestly, this kind of sucks. I think this is the right call. Okay. It still didn't matter. They didn't give me any paper. Okay. Let fate decide. Okay. Got that. Tied for that. Lose 1, gain 1. Okay, we win. Oh, thank God. Oh. Thank God. We did it. Oh my God. Ah, I have been defeated. Very good. Yes. God, he's a sucky loser too. The Golden Shepherd. Oh. Alright, all points won in duels are doubled. That's crazy. We did it! Oh, what do we... Oh. My collection's complete. May you be greatest Flockade player in history. Sure. Yeah, we're gonna go now to them probably finished with the wood. Yeah. I am Lord. Yeah. Oh, Reddy, you said something. Fard. Oh. It's truly insightful. A poet of our time. Thank you for the note. Boom. Okay, cool. That's enough. Let's go ahead and do more you. Oh, we don't have any more you. More me? What about more you? Okay. Now let's go talk to this guy. Yeah, broken monuments, blah blah blah. Let me fix your house. Cold mother, by your crown, you kept the world at bay. Dead mother, we call you still. Stay. Anyway, what? Wear the fleece of the rancher. Wear the fleece of the charge, stargazer, scholar, shrewd. So this is wearing all the different fleece that we unlock. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I don't really know what we're supposed to do with the rest of these. Oh right, we want to get the crab to level 4. We want to find y'all in Pilgrim's Passage. And you don't have anything. You don't. You're just straight chilling. You're Bing chilling right now. Why was I down here? Oh, right. Level up the crab. Hello, Mr. Crab. Oh, damn. Thank you. Interact. Go ahead and pet. And we need to also give them a bit of a walk. They like little walkies. They like to go in circles. And boop. Perfect. Let's go ahead and pet and fleece all these as well. Because they all are deserving of love and affection, as we all are. Go ahead and clean off these real quick. And then you. And then a little bit of a pet. You gotta give positive confirmation. That's how you get people in the thing. There we go. Perfect. Lovely. I think that's it? Question mark? We do need to do the life of ritual, but unfortunately / fortunately, we do not have enough bones. As I look around at my bone temple, we don't have enough bones. So now, yes, give it to me. Ooh, it is time for a doctrine? Oh, here we are. Ooh, we have a new thing. Who must burn to keep the cult warm? Ranch animals can be burned in the rot burn furnace for additional warmth, or dead followers can be burned in the rot burn furnace for additional warmth. I'm gonna say cremation of the followers. I like, for one, the question of consent comes into effect, right? The animals may not want to do it. Maybe y'all also kind of don't want to do it, but I can at least, like, talk to you about it. Like, listen, we're all freezing to death. Would you be willing? We'll make sure that there's a certain spot in you know, dodo heaven for you if you are willing to do this. So, followers, let's go. They're like, oh, that's cool, great. Yeah, we have that one. And then, oh, the doctrine is the one that was highlighted. The fact that we get new doctrines, by the way, mwah, chef's kiss, lovely. Who was that? What in The Sims 4 was that? Oh, you're deciding my fate. All right, well. There we are. I mean, I want to be able to do this, but I can't move up anymore. But I need to. That's because I was too busy playing the card game instead of, you know, doing the main missions. Oh, let's make some food while I'm waiting. Let's do boo-boo, and then there we go. A bunch of meat. We had a bunch of meat. Luckily, it's not cult meat. What did y'all decide on? I didn't even see it. It's fine. We're fine. Okay. Let's do the main one now. You have your food. You're good to go. We might find more bones while we're out and about. You know, one way to find out. Am I right or am I right? Okay. So we could do up left. Yeah, let's do up left. We don't know what's up there. Let's go kick some butt. Let's go kick some butt. Alright, what do we got? We got increased chance to spawn better chests. Recycle any weapon or curse to gain half a blue heart. Heal fully when entering a boss room. That's so based. When killing an enemy, 2% chance of healing. Ooh, very solid builds. Not gonna lie. Boop. And then this one is Touch of Ink. Touch of Ink. An eruption of flaming pillars. Okay, that honestly sounds pretty good. Let's give that one a shot. Oh. Oh no! It's the Teddy! The suffering you've caused me! It is unbearable! You did this to me! With Lightning Man? Ooh. Take this! Ooh! Take this! He'll be back. I can tell. And you. And you. Little diggy dogs. Diggy dogs. Diggy dogs. What is this? Oh. There we go. Perfect. Ooh, science. We wanted we needed more science. We also need more U-logs. Oh boy. Y'all a little too warm. Ah, ah! Luckily we stayed calm. We got a instrument. Cool, thanks. Honestly, that's neat. I'm in favor of their whole science and like, hey, this rot is a problem. Oh boy, that's a... Oh, I forgot this statue's like alive. Me when I'm in Doctor Who universe and I see a weeping angel. I have so much health. What happened? Wait a minute. We need one more room. Last room over yonder. And I'm a completionist, so I gotta explore it all, man. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that's a wall. Oh, I missed? That's unfortunate. Oh, ow! Take that. How does the burning feel, huh? Ooh, perfect. Flowers. I thought I saw flowers over in the other room too. Yep, there it is. We need all these flowers, dude. If y'all see it, yell at me. They were just like, hey, Idealist, there's flowers back there. And I'm like, where? I'll get like really aggressive, but don't worry. Oh, what? What is this? Who's this guy? Alright, I gotta know who this guy is, because that's... I kind of want to do the food thing, but like, let's... Who are... Oh, right, you! I remember you. I mean, I don't really want any of these, but like... I mean, I guess if I had to choose, I would choose gold. Yes, 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 to enjoy now. Enjoy our hard work. Okay, good to know. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the food. I guess we would go here for additional clothes for y'all to wear. Take this, Wolfman! The fact that the Wolfman statue doesn't give faith. Ooh, oh, 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 oh! It's Berserk! It's Berserk! I didn't know you hired the guy from Berserk to do your bidding. Oh my gosh. What was that? Alright, any other flowers up here? The reason I didn't have any flowers is because there was that one room where you like gave flowers to plants to get like stuff. Ooh. Are y'all resistant to fire damage? I mean, it makes sense. Ow. Ow. Oh, we don't have any more curse. That would explain why nothing's happening. Ow. But one of the problems with daggers. Oh. Woo, boy. Oh, oh, oh. Woo. Okay. Whew. Oh my gosh. We got more science. Hey, we got some bones. That's what matters. We needed those. What's with these giant men? Ow! Why? Who are you? Let's get Godly Flail up in here. Alright, recycle. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy! That's a lot! That's a lot! Where is he? There you are. Alright, okay, now anything? Okay, nothing. Okay. Good to know. And we do heal, so we are quite beefy. Oh, y'all could be a dolphin! That's so cute! Oh, let me know if y'all want a body. We'll bring in some people. Feel free to speak out. I actually kind of like what I have going on right now. Honestly, no, we want close. We want close. Sup, my guy? Oh, darling, the thing about me is that I'm an intrepid designer. There's no place I won't worm my way into. But my designers lately aren't giving that iconic, bearless boutique look. But I will find my inspiration. I will not rest until every soul is clothed head to toe in birth. I read that as rebirth, and I was like, oh, that will show, stupid bop. I couldn't take the stress. Go on and ask him about it yourself. Collect free outfit design. Let's go for it. Now that's a look. You're welcome. Ooh, rugged coat. Does look good, actually. I'm a big fan of the fur collars. Aren't you a lamb of the finest taste? A connoisseur in fashion, that's all I have for the moment. Give me some time to drop some new designs. I promise you'll be the first to have them. Hell yeah. What do we got? I can smell it! Close, very close. Tasty, godly bits. Chemic could be very happy here. Very Chemic likes the cold. Summon a new curse with an increased level. Do you like my crown? Made from Chemic? Out of what? Anyway, summon a new curse. Let's go. Oh. I actually liked my old one. I thought the curse was like itself. It was going to replace itself with a higher level. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Do you mind? Stop. Ow, stop it. Stop it. Oh, you. All right, Tiberian, you and me. No, give me your sin. Go back home. I'll meet you there. And we got a new follower form. We got a goat form. Let's go. Wait, is this? Could this be something? Nah. I was gonna say that was a head on a pike. Ow. Ooh, whenever I get hurt, they take fire damage. Good to know. So it's like black hearts, but you know. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh. The last hit does a lot of damage, but it is a commitment. Hey, can you just give me bones? We need some bones. Ooh. Oh boy. Alright, display. Sure, why not? Plus, we need to recycle for. We need more health. Let's be real. We need more health. Ooh. 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 Excellent. Perfect. Oh, what's this? There's nothing back there? It looks like something's back there. Look at that. The room's literally leading up to it. Fine, I guess. Alright, let's go up this way. Boss fight, boss fight, boss fight. Witness Epos. It's a Christmas tree. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I didn't think you were gonna go all the way. Ooh, what? Hey, how are you doing? And boom! I need to be careful. Yep. Ah. Oh, ooh. Ooh. Ooh, move, move. He does a charge. Oh boy. These guys are, this is a tough one. Ooh. Ow. Oh, the bombs. I got moddered. Which means y'all are gonna make fun of me. And I'm just gonna be real sad. It's gonna be like, oh, our faith is down because you got your butt kicked because you couldn't take a bunch of dogs. Furnace is off. Oh, right, it's winter. Okay, cool. That'll do it. Good. Good job. All right, let's get this back up. Well, first, let's welcome our boy. I'm so sorry, leader. I failed my mission. I can only hope you'll remember me. It was a 91% success rate. Oh. What do you mean? All right, well, that's unfortunate. All right, down in here, I guess. Let's bring our boys back after we get some. Okay, so we need to not send our like bosses out, from what my understanding is now. All right, cute boy, go ahead and get us some more bone. He failed to get us bone, which is again 91% chance of that happening. So that's kind of crazy. More cute cursed U-bark. All right, let's go. All right, ritual. Can't do that one because it's no longer winter. Literally, we got enough bones for it. Exact the amount of bones that we needed, and we can't use it. So that's super great. Yeah, there's nothing else we could do. Okay. Sermon it is. Well, shrugs. Less mouths to feed, I guess. Look how many less people there are now. Well, oops. I want to level this up, but I kind of can't. All right, let's get some of these guys in here. Ouch. Do you want y'all want to be meat people before we move forward with it? Who is a rotten? They will die in 7 days instead of 6, I guess. That's not much of an increase, but I guess I was really hoping for like 10. Recruiting power immediately. Minus 10 faith. Does not fight other followers. All right, we're gonna move forward with it. We'll randomize the name 3 times as tradition. 1, 2, 3. All right, Thady. Isn't Thady the one that betrayed us? All right, cool. 10th of the farms, I guess. All right, what about you? Cover me to your cult. Teaches faithfully. You're coming in sick, so that's fun. 1, 2, 3. -5 fate with a follower sacrificed. Will sleep through almost anything. Even snorers. Gains 20 in the start of winter. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3. Ooh, vulture. All right. Well, what about you? Oh, such a beautiful place. They'll work hard for you. Uh-huh. You are the one who came in and you know what? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. You're a bush now. And go ahead and go to worship. Where's the sick man? Here you go. Don't worry. We'll heal you. Bed rest. Okay. So now let's work on our slug. Oh my gosh. Who keeps pooping giant poops? It's one of y'all. Harvest. And pet. Harvest. And pet. Harvest. And pet. They're so cute, dude. Harvest. And pet. This is how I know that I know which ones have been, like, properly cared for. And then the ones that we take on walks are the ones that we need to level up quicker for the, like, stuff. And then you, like you. Because we need to get you to 4, which I think... If I take you on your walk, if I walk you up there, I think they are ready. Because I think this will get them to 4. Perfect. Yes. Let's go. Here's a 4 snail over here. Huh? No active quests. What do you mean? Is it because he became level 4 while I was holding him, so it didn't count? There. There. I didn't pick it up. That was the problem. Well done, youngster. A fine ranching specimen, and I found a new ranch animal for you. And snailish. I thought so. Crabbish and then the snailish. Okay, cool. Bring a level 5 snailish, and the reward will be a spiderish. Oh, right. I get it. I get it. I think the reason we haven't made any progress... Hello. We're going to need you to... Let's go! Charge! Through the fields! Let's go! Alright, release of the ranch. Perfect. So now, see how the ranch size is 39, and we can pick 13. I think if we do smaller ones where we do minimum and then do the like different kinds for different ones, I think we could do some good. So another yakish. Another cowish. Oh, that one's so cute. And another snailish. What did snailishes do? What do they give? Oh, they give... Ooh, they give berry? What is that? I don't even know what that is. It's like a goo berry. Alright, so first things first, let's go ahead and feed you cauliflower. And we'll go ahead and feed you cauliflower. Okay, this one really likes cauliflower. Good to know. And then you, cauliflower. Go ahead and pet. Perfect. And then we pet you as well. And then you, we're gonna. Oh, we already fed you, pet. But this one, someone died. Ludo died. That's unfortunate. Let's go ahead and take you for a walk. I like they're like, we don't believe you anymore. We don't believe in you because someone died. It's like, well, I mean, there we go. Perfect. Because we need to get them to 5. No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to get rid of the dead body. There we go. Radish and Melon seem to be fighting. Classic. Classic Melon, so aggressive. Melon's like, I just got here! Alright, so that's ongoing. Let's feed y'all. Let's see if there's enough stuff in here to offset some food. Minced follower? No, we're not doing that. Let's do cauliflower chowder. Okay. Let's see. And then this one, we need 6 more of the meat people. Go ahead and repair this. And repair this. Easy peasy. And we're not running out of those materials anytime soon, tell you that much. Okay. So that's fine. I don't like how low our faith is. But to be honest, we just gotta go. All right, Pilgrim's Passage. All right. We need okay, so that's Woolhaven, Eelfill Passage, the Rot. Is Pilgrim's Passage the other way? Hold on. Where is the Pilgrim's Passage? I feel dumb. That's Darkwood. Anchor Deep. Oh, is this like not a level? Oh, right. Wasn't there like a god tier that I got? No such thing to offer. She was frightened, desperate. We did not meet again, for she hid even I. Now you toy with fate. Aid her if you wish, but she is not what she once was. Alright, here's a god tier. What do you got for me? Immortality necklace would be pretty base. Just saying. Okay. Well. That's also pretty based. Well met, infant god. Okay, here we go. Oh, you're deciding my fate immediately. Okay, well, here we are. You're deciding my fate. Ooh, the flowers. Oh, that's pretty good. That's excellent. Let's go ahead. Oh, let's wait for the fate to end. And then we'll do ad break, and then we're going to try to find Pilgrim's Passage. I think that's what we're going to do. What? Has become sick, germophobic trait? What the hell? What happened? Why are one of you starving? Oh gosh. I like Melon snoring, waking up everybody. Oh my god. Alright. So all the faith is down, apparently. That's super great. Oh, y'all did that, I think. That was the end of the thing. All right, let's go to bed. Try to get some of that back up, I guess. There's no longer ill. All right, let's see if what we can do here. First things first. What does this do? These are all maxed. So we literally can't do anything. Rituals. We need to do this one, but we can't. I would like to resurrect if possible, but let's go ahead and throw a feast. Let's throw a feast. One of you all starving. We'll get the faith up. Let's get some food. There we go. All right, and now we do a sermon. And that should top us off. All right. It uses our valuable resources, but hey, you know what? That's fine. Oh, God. Not strong enough. I couldn't do it. I'm sorry, leader. Guys. Come on, please. I've returned to bearing gifts. Oh, thank God. There are 90% chance of success. Come on. Oh, there's some bones. All right. We have gone down significantly as far as our population goes. Got that. Got that. Get that. That's already on their way. Let's go out to first. Let's try to make more yew wood. Okay, more yew wood, bones. I can't interact with that anymore. Okay, that's a solid thing. Why is there oh, you're okay. Okay. Do I have any more follow loyalty? No, I don't. Of course not. Of course I don't. Okay, well, time to take you and put you in prison. You go to jail. What can I say? I kill gods and you have the balls to try to, you know, make this about you. There you go. Well, there you are. Have fun. All right, so let's do an ad break while I try to find this Pilgrim's Passage. Cult of the Dead, Pilgrim's Passage, right there. Perfect. Well, I don't want to brag, but let's go ahead and sit down. You know what I mean? Yeah, see? I say see like you can see my desk going down without issues. I'm not the smartest man in the world. Which is why I say anyone can get their master's degree. Because if I can do it, y'all can definitely do it. Because I am smart and stupid. Which honestly I think is the best combination. You want to be both. You want to be a little bit dumb and a little bit smart. If you're too much one or the other, it becomes a problem. You need to balance yourself out. All right, we need some fish. And there we go. Well, I need to do the ritual that makes us that makes like fishing double. I think that's what we need. There we go. Look at all this fish. I think we can also trade to get more fish before we continue. Bye. Oh yeah, we could just do that. Where do we think they are? Pick berries. Perfect. Look at these picking berries. Unlocked follower forms. That's sold out. Mine. We don't want to mine. We want to look. There's these little scampers are around here somewhere. Whale of a time in the icy sea. Are they out here? Hello, we found Pilgrim's Passage. We're looking to see if we can find the kids. All right, let's check in here. Hey, have you seen any kids? What do you got to say, Mr. Axolotl? Hello, outside, that fisherman. There's something off about him, almost as if he were a doe. That'd be too ridiculous. Yeah, no, he's a fish. That's buying. Pick berries. Let's just pick more berries. We're here. We're here. We are not queer as far as I'm aware. But we are having a good time. Alright, come on. Mine it. Mine it. Mine it. Alright, there we go. Where would they be? Oh, don't tell me. Are they pretending to be a fish? If so, that's really funny. All right, let's see. Let's try to get all of these that are over here, just in case. And... all right. Come on. Because if we're having a whale of a time, it could just be... oh, there are fish here. Can I, like... I was gonna say, can I buy them on here? Seriously, though. Where are these kids? Pilgrim's Passage. That's where we are, right? Pilgrim's Passage. Smuggler's Sanctuary, Midas's Cave. Yeah, no, this is it. Lonely Shack. Oh, there was something here in the Lonely Shack. Did y'all see that? There was a highlight here. What's up, old man? Oh, Lambie, good to see you. Good to see Lambie. Isn't it, Bob? What's that, Bob? You want to go see Barrett? I don't think I could take you, Bob. I've got to win my hands back from shrooming. But I reckon your Lambie here would mind, would you? Ooh, okay. Well, cool. We're, alright, have fun. I didn't realize that was a thing, so let's go back to the Pilgrim's Passage. Try to find the kids. I don't get the screaming thing where it's like, my kids find it funny when you scream. But I'm not hearing anything, you know? It's like, even when it was kind of close by, there was just a little section where it's like search. This little thing, and it's like we're having a whale of a time on the ICC. Makes me think it's like on the sea? Oh, there they are. Oh. But hey. Okay. But, like, hey, that's something that we... Fish? No. So we found 2 things that is interactable that I didn't notice before. Which means... it's something. Is this interactable? No, that's not interactable. Is any of this interactable? It doesn't look like it. We've activated the snail on the left. I thought it would be behind here, not gonna lie. What about these guys? No. Those don't look separate by any means. What? Anything over here is buy, not interact, so that's not it. How about over here? Anything over here? No. A whale of a time. I don't see any whales. I see that the gold thing up there. I don't know what that is over there. What about over here? Any whales over here? How about... oh. You son of a... I'm not seeing any candles that are interactable. I'm noticing a lot of things I didn't notice before, so that's something. No, no, no. Whale of a time. Bruh. Where is it? Where is it? If y'all actually know, let me know. It has gotten to the level of like, all right, okay, let's just move on. Yeah. What happens if I scream over here? How about over here? Hey, how are you doing, Hartina? How are you doing? I'm currently trying to find some kids who are really good at hide and seek. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, infest with cats and foxes, but you know, I wouldn't have it any other way. How are you doing today? Hopefully well. Because I am just enjoying this wonderful game. And the amazing DLC. If you haven't played the DLC, I highly recommend. It's definitely worth it. Alright. We're just gonna go back. We'll find the kids later. We need to start progressing and not die anymore. I don't know if it's rusty or if the DLC kicked up the difficulty. Might be a little A, little B. Uh-oh, you're deciding my fate. Surely you'll be good, right? Smile. Look at all this grass. This is so much grass. Did you all only plant grass? Oh. Hooter, no! Hooter! Y'all are dropping like flies! Again, y'all freak out when someone dies. It's fine. I've resurrected all of you at least 3 times. It's fine. It's okay. You'll be fine. You got it. Re-educate. Let's see if we got anyone lined up. If not, we'll need to grab somebody. Okay, yeah, we need to grab someone. All right, let's go do that. Hello, perfect. Hello there. Good as always. You know, it has the skin on them, but you know, that's fine. About 20 cats and foxes. Almost. We are losing a bunch. We had above 20 at one point. All right, let's get you in here. Let's add one more, yeah? All right, follower raffle. Go for it. Get in here. All right, I'll give 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get in here. Hey, welcome in. Let's go. You have a pedigree. The great-great-grandchild of this follower will receive the chosen child trait. Ooh, interesting. That's cool. Welcome in. We'll have you on the farms for now. Pet you if you can. Let's see. Ooh. Can I do it? Interact. I'm not seeing pet, but ooh, I can. Let's go. Hell yeah. Perfect. All right. We need it. Let's fight. Okay. Let's now go. Okay. So a part of me wants to, yeah, let's not do down here yet. We just need to beat this up here on the left. Well, not just, but we need to. We've been having difficulty. All right, let's hope these 4 cards are going to be good uns. All right, what do we got? Ooh, increase movement speed by 2 times. That's really good. Enemies drop more fervor, drop an explosive when you roll, and relics deal 2 times damage. Relics start uncharged. Ooh, that's honestly really good, especially with hammer. Oh, hammer is attack speed, not movement speed, but still good. Look how fast I am. I can't wait to hurt myself against contact damage. Haha! But oh boy. That's a lot of bombs. Bad doggy. Oh, bad doggy. Oh. Okay, we're fine. Oh, we're so fast. Hey, how you doing? And whoop. Whoop and boop and boop. We're gonna be able to dodge everything. Woo. Oh god. And haha. And okay, we're good. Okay, what's this? Ooh. Spawn a tentacle that inflicts damage when touched. And it's double damage. Let's go. Honestly? Hold on. I'm still a little faster when I roll. I was gonna say, I might not be faster when I roll because I'm just so fast right now. Oh boy. Take that. Aha. Ooh boy, that's a lot of bombs. Oh, you're not gonna be able to catch me. You can be in the ground all you want. We're playing whack-a-mole now. Whack-a-wolf. And haha, and haha, and haha. Oh, missed. Oh, I honestly didn't even see him. He kind of blended in there. Here we off. All right, grab you. Let's check out the room. And because we're so fast, it's like it doesn't take up any time to explore, which is so nice. It is so good. All right, let's check it out. Hello. Ooh, is this cursed you? If so, that's pretty good. Oh, just cursed hearts and regular. Okay, well, that's fine, I guess. Zoom. Honestly, it's not much faster. All right, what do we got here? Oh, okay, perfect. Let's do that one. I guess we're just doing that one. Hello. I brought a friend. You must be joking. That cannot be my no good, unfaithful coward of a brother Bop you have there with you. You have some nerve showing your face here after what you did. You lamb thing, you best leave us. I need to have a word with my brother. No, take this. I managed to get a new design going after all. Guess there's really a big difference between female and male worm sizes. Acquired convict uniform. When people get sent to prison, maybe I'll change their uniform to that. Just for shiggles. All right, let's go up here. Hello there. So warm, this pool's so warm. Hearts come out. Brother, are you on the other side? I know you are. I mean, I want to connect y'all, but you're not giving me any kind of like, hey, I'm gonna let your brother know that you're alive. It's like, oh, I saw them. None of that. No, not voicing, huh? The classic, silent protagonist. Aha! Oh, right, he's on fire because I got hurt. Honestly, I'm kinda fine. I'll take this, though. Just so I can break this. Yoink. Ow, what? Ow. What is hitting me? Ow! Was he like bumping into me? Like trying to hit him. And there's so much in the way. Oh, right. This is what I wanted. Ow. Oh, this one's tough. There we go. There we go. Oh, we lost so much health in that past room. That is unfortunate. But luckily, we're not gonna get hit anymore. Am I right or am I right? We definitely need these flowers though. There we go, and boom. Easy. No sweat. Do we see flowers? We don't see flowers. Perfect. Yeah, we're off. Hello. Goodbye. Because you're dead. Almost. Hey, come here. Oh. You think you're slick. You think you're slick. Oh. Alright. Perfect. That was a lot of guys. That would have been a problem if I didn't realize, like, hey, there's probably another one on the other side of the wall. That could have been problematic. Ooh, static post. I kind of like that. That's not a bad look. It's definitely one of the better ones. Hey, Ludo, welcome in. I think you died in game, if I remember correctly. I think you died of old age. And we're hurting on bones, so it might be a hot minute before I can resurrect you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ow, what? Damn, those big guys are tough. Half the time I don't even know their attack patterns. Oh, guys, why? You know how to welcome people on stream. Yeah, you would be surprised if that wouldn't be the first response to that kind of thing. Honestly, winter's not here, so I think we're good. Let's do this one. Summon a new curse with an increased level. Sure, why not? Oh, right. I'm dumb. It was going to replace what I had. I was going to say, oh, just use it. Perfect. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. And whoop. Whoop. Ow. And oop. And oop. And oop. We're fast, which is helping us immensely, but good thing that we had so much health too, because damn. Oh, I do love a good zealous axe. Yeah. Recycle. Alright. Boop. Oh. And boom, boom. Perfect. Oh, what? Oh, right. I forget that when they're biting, they're immune to damage, which is wild, by the way. I'm a joke, but it's an English one, so I can't try it on my friends. Can I try it on? Yeah, go for it. Oop. That's a lot of lightning. That's a lot of lightning. Okay. Ooh, Bane Axe. Well, it's the same level, so that wouldn't be an increase. Path of the Righteous, projectile that creates a tail of black anger. Let's do that. That's something. The other one makes me stand so still for so long, it kills me. Alright, got that. And ooh. Why isn't the lightning hurting the dog? Hey, get your dog! What do we got? You know what? I'll take it. Alright. Witness Epos. And then that's the third one. And then those are the bombs. And boom, boom. There's 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then bomb, 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 bomb. Alright. Okay. Okay. Whoo! And whoo! Ow. There we go. Got the wolf, or at least got the dogs. Wolf dogs. And 1, 2, 3. And whoo! And whoop, okay. One, and then there's the charge. 1, 2, 3. Bomb. Far away bomb. Close bomb. Far away bomb. Ooh, whoa, ooh. Oh, of course you had a thing with it. The fact that his bombs also do that shenanigans. Take that. How do you like bombs now, huh? Ow. Ooh. Got that, and haha! You ain't going nowhere. 1, 2, 3. 1. Close bomb, far bomb, close bomb, out, far bomb. Ow, ooh, I need to stop. Ooh. I do like no damage. What? There was nothing there. There was legitimately nothing there. Oh, all right. It's a priest. In Imam and a rabbit enter a clinic. The nurse asks them what their blood type is, and the rabbit answers, I'm a type O. Oh. Flop 2 times already, a third time I'm burying it for it's over good. Got you, because you got you. I get it. That's pretty good. I like that. I'm a type O. Because you typoed. Hell yeah. That's not bad. I think you're a little hard on it. I think it was good. Alright, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright. 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We're getting a severe weather warning. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, the fire damage does a lot for us here. 1, 2, boom. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Man, the axe is not getting the double off. There it is. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, meat people. Oh, honestly, the sacrifice of the meat people is coming in real clutch. Let's do silk thread. All right, we got tools for dissection. Yay! Thank you. Listen, I'm just happy we get to progress now, at least a little bit. Rotten Eye of the Witness. I'll take it. Why can't I pick these guys up? Alright, well, we're getting some bones. Oh, thank God, we have a lot more bones. We can bring some people back. Like Ludo. Heretics defeated. Look at all that. Look at all those chickens. Yeah, we definitely got smacked. Alright. Alright, first things first. Oh God, all of you are so hungry. Okay, 1 second. Let me just pick up the food. Let's get y'all some... Have y'all not been eating? Oh, y'all have only been putting in grass! Where's the food? What do you want? There's something special. I want to pass it on. Would you let me use a mating tent? Oh, sure. Oh, I only have... Oh, that's a problem. Alright, re-educate. Alright, you're fine to go. Release. And then now, get that. Bearman, and then Alice is in here. There you go. Throw that in there. Hey guys, don't look into the body pit, yeah? Oh no. Get that. At least we're gonna at least get some meat up in here. My gosh, look at all this grass. It is absolutely useless. We need food desperately. Delicious fish feast. Honestly, yeah. Let's go for it. Got a bunch of these. Get some food up in here. And then, I think if I died, I was bring back to life, I would start again from the beginning. I would lose it. At what point do you think it would be like the worst? Let's do a ritual. Let's bring someone back. Let's bring back our boy. Ludo. And that's with an I, so it's gender neutral. Ludo. There you are. Yeah, you died of old age. There you are. Perfectly normal. And then we are going to sermon. Get some of that faith up. Yoink. Crown. What do we got going on here? Is it just that? Yeah, we don't care about that. Ritual. We can't do anything about this one yet, but we do have enough to do it once everything's going. So that's good. All right, everyone out. One of y'all is already going crazy with it. Where are you? I saw you. One of you have... One of you has... There you are. Cute boy, you're... Get in there. Get in there, cute boy. What are you doing? You're mod. This is... I'm going to tell you how great I am, and you're going to agree again. Alright, look at all these... Look at all this grass, dude. I don't know. I have a lot. I don't see... Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. They're cooking it. They're eating. Good. Thank God. Okay, so what's causing the thing? What's causing the thing? Oh my God, they're so sick. Okay. Being a child with memory and knowledge of the past is nightmare fuel. It's not great. I'll tell you that much. Let's clean our boys. Did y'all dirty them? Like, what happened? Okay. And now we do that. We feed them a beet. We do this. We pet them. And then we feed them pumpkin. Oh, this one really likes pumpkins, so that's good. Do that. We pet them. What? Feed them. They really like cauliflower, so we'll give them cauliflower. You, calamar, go to bed. Bed rest. Go. Why would I need to tell? Oh, you got dirty as soon as I. Okay, that's fine. And yoink. Thank you. Let's go ahead and do pumpkin. You really like pumpkin. Good to know. Feed pumpkin. I didn't pet that one, but I'll need to go back and pet it. Interact. Pumpkin. This one also really likes pumpkin. Good to know. And pet. Pumpkin. Oh, you are very hungry. What the heck happened to you? Cauliflower. Oh my gosh. You love cauliflower, so we already know your go-to. And then you are the one that I have no idea of. Oh, you give cauliflower. Oh, you give. Oh, this one gives seeds to crops. This one gets crop seeds. Oh, we need all the snails in the world. We need all the snails in the world. Are you kidding me? All right, pumpkin. So now we're gonna walk you. So we definitely need like so many snails. All right, there we go. We're trying to get them to 5, so we can also have spiderlings? Question mark. Looks like everyone else has been taken care of. Golden Poo. Who else is sick? They're bed resting, so that's fine. Okay. We brought back Ludo. One person is Q-Boy is going for it. Witness Epos. Convert me to your cult. I'll follow your teachings. We usually do not change any of the bosses that come in, so we'll leave that be. And this one loves to ranch, so you are gonna tend to the ranch. Sounds good to me. Tend to Undertaker. Damn. I guess tend to farms. Hell yeah. All right. These guys. Okay, perfect. Let's see here. We're not sending anyone else that is a boss out because they can just die, which is good to know. We need more cursed U-bark. We need more bones. And honestly, we need more science. All right, Nightwolf Gamer, you're in. Oh, we also need more. We also need more seeds. We really do. Yeah, get pumpkin seeds. Let's see, how are we on here? We have about 100 of these, which is really good. Winter is coming. And like, hopefully it won't end the same way as the one series that shall not be named. Oh, this one's skinless. Perfect. Thank you. Ooh, that is true. They did go fox. I don't think they had wolf at the time, so they chose fox as like the closest like relative, you know? Come here. Come here. Got the rat. 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 Grab all these. We'll drop that off later. Let us go. Okay, so now that we got... Oh, but we did go up here and nothing. Oh, we need to do this one because there's a lock with it, maybe. Oh, anything that's green is one we've done. Oops. Oops. So I'm guessing you really like foxes, just a guess. Poison taster. 2 times the amount of coins dropped, receive 2 times damage from poison. Okay, I just won't get poison. Easy. Destroy breakable rocks on touch. That's actually kind of nice. Relics charged faster. Increase curse attack damage. So we really want a good curse. Oops. That's an oopsie daisy. Teleport to safe location, spreading. Honestly, resummon. Guy, I don't want. I didn't want to teleport. All right, it's fine. And whoop, 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 whoop. Do I attack faster? Oh. Oh boy. There we go. Let's try it as soon as we get in. Oh, never mind. Usurper, I should have known that this place such as this would attract one such as you. My brother and I were traversing the treacherous mountain when we were separated in a storm. If you're making your way off this mountain, I will follow. Ooh, excellent. Get in here, my guy. You are pretty damn strong, so I'm gonna bring you in. Let's go. Oh, there's a bomb. Oh man, those wolves chomps really are troublesome. Oh! How did you get in there? This is not available. What the hell? Oh lamb, I tripped and fell in here, but you found me. I'll be going now. Thank you once again for saving me. I don't know why I gave him Deku voice, but I really did. Oh no! Don't worry, we'll beat them with the power of friendship. Oh god. Oh, what was that? Ow, ow. All these new attack patterns, dude. Very unforgiving. Something, something, master, something, something. I don't think you're anything crazy. I think you're just whack-a-mole. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just in case. Well, I say that and then immediately did an AoE hit the whole board effect. Ooh. Okay. That's not bad. Come on, do your charge. There we go. And then. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, you're quite a ferocious combatant. I like you more and more. If only you had a gun. I don't know why I'm giving him like a shadow vibe. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, let's get more clothes for y'all. Plus, that's meat and a follower. Let's go for it. Hey, did you reconcile with your brother? Well, he's smoking a cigarette. Oh, you're back. Good. Bop and I have had a breakthrough. A whole new line, a whole new brand. Berith and Bop. Here, take this. Spread the word. I'll be a revolution. Is it like a new hat? A leopard print? Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, that looks great. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe. In like Neanderthal days, sure. Hello there. Haha. Surprise! And do your charge. Ha ha ha. Gotta collect y'all and then whoop! Whoop. And whoop. And zoop. The fact it gives you invincibility frames too is really nice. Do your thing and then charge at me. Come on, you know you want to. Yep. I know I'm delicious. You love leopard print? Really? Why? What about it do you love so much? I don't get it. I'm not a fan. But you know what? To each their own. Yeah, there are wolves in the mountain. These wretched wolves bark more than they bite, I see. Bunch of posers. I can't. I don't know why I'm giving him that voice. All right, meat. Meat, 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 meat for the meat god. And some morsel. We might actually get y'all some good food. And whoop. And boom, boom. Oh, you want to kill them before they get to combine. Interesting. Come on. Okay, so that's how you prevent that from getting really crazy. Good to know. And whoop! Okay. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, they have shields. I was wondering what was happening. I couldn't tell because they were facing away from me. Oh. What were you doing? Have you been fighting with me, or are you just letting me do all the stuff? And whoop! 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 No, come here. Get it. Get back here. Ow. And whoop! Whoop. Where are you? There you are. Get over here. Can't explain it, but there's something about neon pink and leopard print that hitched my brain in a good way. I might need to just see a good example. Maybe that's it. Neon pink and leopard print is a look. I'll definitely give you that. Oh boy! I forgot the explosion. Do you mind? Not keep on exploding. The AoE bombs. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, oh! I didn't realize you did quick attacks too. Oh, we love all animal pins. Right? Big fan of 012. Okay, okay. I don't know. It's just not for me. I think the only reason, honestly, Flintstones might have ruined it for me. Watching, that's the only, like, comparison in my brain of what a leopard print would look like is Wilma from the Flintstones. And I just look at that and I'm like, nah, that ain't it. It's just not, it's not a look. But maybe I just don't have good reference. Go ahead and do your thing. No, you ain't doing it twice. I'll let you do it once. Don't get me wrong. But you ain't doing it twice. But animal prints, I don't know. I don't know. It is its own unique style. I'll definitely also give it that. But it's just not my thing. All right, what do we got here? Ooh, Gorgo. My life spent fighting, killing, enacting the violent will of Bishop Shamora. After Marcosius liberated me, I realized I had fought for no cause, and I'd simply been a toy in their game. But now I found a cause. This rot you spread may consume me, but it will go no further. I will die for this happily. All right, Melika. What? And, oh, that's a laser. That's a laser. That's a laser. That's a laser. You know what? Boop. Oh. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this nonsense? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, okay. All right. Those are bombs. Those are all bombs that he's throwing randomly. Ow. Throwing randomly. Oh boy. Oh, I keep on mistiming. There we go. Hey, do you mind stop not ominously, like, running at me? Alright. Oh! And last but not least, boop, 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 boop. Oh boy. And no! I wasn't able to get the swing down. Uh-oh, we didn't bring the meat guy in time. Ooh, which one of y'all are willing to take the plunge for me? Is it Pudana? Melon the melon? Are any of you old? You, Radish. Are you old? Are you old? I can't tell. I don't think anyone here is old. Cute boy. Ooh. Cute boy. You betrayed me, spoke ill of me and my kin, and with that transgression I was willing to re-educate, but may not. I gave you power and you returned it with betrayal. It is you I choose. And whoop, and whoop, and whoop, and whoop, and whoop, and oh boy. Ow. Oh my gosh. This is the worst with the hammer. And boom. Oh. Give me those bones, boy. Have a good one. Bye. See you at the base. We consumed one and consumed the other. Oh. Sin or blueprint? We like blueprints. We're still unlocking stuff. We have the mountain now, I guess. Alright, did we find your brother? Lightning funneled into light. Let's go. We have light now. Ooh. Skull necklace. Take it. Oh, there's your brother. Together at last. Bal, of course. I find you in the company of the usurper. Come, let us leave the sorrowful place. My brother, I will continue on our own from here. Usurper, have this. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Cozy! Oh, look at that! It will make us nice and snug. Melon died of old age. If I would have known that, I would have gotten Melon. Oh. Shepherd, I made you one last path. I have aided you, so she bade me to. Whatever becomes of you, of us all, I wish you luck. Oh my gosh. One last pass, but there's still a locked thing over there, my guy. I should have known that they were old when they were only going to give me half a heart. Well, good news, bad news. We lost 2 people. Good news, we're gaining 2 people. Alright, get this up. Alright. Dark want, decay. Alright, June. Strong constitution, unrepentant. Let's go. Get all up in there. Go ahead and go to the Rotburn tunnels. Though gritty, such a beautiful place. I'll work hard for you. 1, 2, 3. Authority bearer and 1, 2, 3. Ooh, little deer. Hates snow lambs. Will fight snow lambs. I'm about to make snow lambs. What do you mean? Sleeps all winter. He's being sacrificed. He's 100%. I saved you. Get out of here. You know what? Go to Rotburn. In fact, you're probably just gonna hibernate. I will dedicate myself to you. I swear it. Zealous, unrepentant, and Ascetic. Okay, cool. All right. Get up in here. What is he? Oh, he's sneezing. I was like, what is he doing over there? All right. Well, let's get some food in, y'all. Food. Okay, first. Oh, gosh. Look at all this grass. It's only grass. Oh, my God. It's only grass. Y'all can't eat grass. All right. Oh, right. They have grass eater. Y'all are eating grass. You're all gonna eat grass and you're gonna like it. All right, let's. Oh my God. Okay. What happened to you? What happened to them? If they're primed, does that mean, like, if I don't do it, they just die? Look at that. Look at those seeds, dude. Oh my gosh. All right, if they're primed, they need to go. That's what I'm understanding. Shear. They're about to ascend, so I'm not gonna feed. Off you go. Into the farm in the sky. Okay, perfect. And then we pet. Perfect. And then we pet. Same dealio here. Oh, nope. There we go. Oh, you are also ready to go. All right. Off you are. Bye. Have a good time. Oh, they're so cute when they go. All right. Got some of that. Pet. Oh, didn't mean to take so long for you as well. There you are. Oh, but last thing before you do anything. Sorry. I know. I'm such a bad owner, I know, but I need to take you for a walk so you level up faster so that we can continue on to the missions. There you go. There's your nightly little ritual. There you go. Oh no! Why are they freezing? We should have enough fire for them all. Where is our freezing one? There you are. Alright, Ratty. Wake up. I don't know. Freezing is cold. I can't even think. Well, it should be warm now. Alright, what's going on up here? What are y'all up to? I returned to successful mission. Okay, perfect. Go to bed. Oh, murder. No. That would have been bad. I did it, leader. I found bones. Alright, go to bed. All of you. Okay, so that's currently ongoing. We love to see it. We have plenty of rot burn. We're good to go. Okay, how are we as far as rot? So we still only have 1 of 6, but that's because I keep sacrificing them because I keep dying. What is he? What is he? We have enough beds. How do I do something with you? I don't know. Maybe we can do like a fire thing that'll make them like resistant to flame, etc. Okay, Ratty. What can I do for you specifically to warm you up? Sleep, eat, intimidate, inspire, drink, gift, give follower animal on a leash, imprison. Yeah, you're gonna be warm in prison. Small gift. Is there a way to like an ember necklace? I'm not seeing anything that will help them in any way, shape, or form. So I'm just gonna instead inspire them. I'm gonna be like, inspire, ha ha ha! Look! Me dancing is gonna help you be warm. How about I add fuel to this fire? Will that help? Maybe. All right. Let's see here. Ready. Let's make. Where's the one that we saw that looked really comfy? There you go. Cozy shop. Protect slit. Use it for freezing. Perfect. Get it. A sign. Give it a ready. Hurry. Give it. There you are. Unavailable? What do you mean they're unavailable? I see them. What do you mean it's unavailable? The one person I would want to give a freezing thing to, and I can't. I'm so confused. I'm so concerned. Can I get this one to ready? I can't. Why? Is it because they're freezing already? If so, that's wild. Then I need to do it before they end. Okay, hold on. Let's see, we have 18 people. We're gonna make... They're gonna be so effing cozy. We're gonna turn this purple and yellow. Perfect. We're gonna... Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're gonna do this. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Craft 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more. We could be using this for other things, but I think preventing our guys from freezing is smart. Except our flesh people. Flesh people can freeze. I'm using the same type? What do you mean? Alright, assign Ludo. You get a sweater. There you go. We're just gonna go down the list. There you go. You need to make something different. I tried to make something different. They're not taking anything. When I went to try to put literally anything else, they still say they're not available. So unless there's a specific thing I need to make that isn't just a random other piece of clothing, I don't know. But we're getting everyone's sweaters. New drip, new drip, new drip, new drip. Exactly. You gotta know. It's gotta be identical, or else, like, you know, it's how you know you're in a cult. I didn't realize these had, like, effects. Uh-huh. Okay, leopard print. Bathing suit, wild. Uniform, reformed. Single craft item. Protects the follower from freezing. Oh, okay, so this one also protects from freezing. Okay, rugged coat also counts. Okay, let's see if this and or this helps. These are just showing different additions. Okay, cool. Let's see if either of these will work. First, we gotta customize them. They need to be purple. Because Mama Dodo. Perfect. Alright, assign. Please tell me. Yep, they're just straight up unavailable. They just can't. Can I have a leopard print? You can have a leopard. Well, are you fine with potentially freezing to death? All these already have sweaters. All right, Abyss. You're different. Don't let that go to your head. If you're fine with potentially freezing to death, I will give you a sweater. Shamora? In fact, we'll go ahead and do a leopard print in preparation because I think the answer is going to be yes. boop, boop, boop. Worth it? Okay. All right, customize. Gotta be purple, though. That's that. It's gotta be. All right, we're at Ludo. There you are. There you go. Jester costume. Every cult needs a clown. I mean, I guess. All right, let's see. Okay, so they are... Okay, Ratty is warming up by the fire, I think. All right, rituals. Here we go. Temporarily imbue snowballs with life and collide their folders. Okay, perfect. Oh, we need snow. Okay, fine. I need to go make some snow lambs. Let's go ahead and do this. Didn't we also get like a potentially upgrade thing? I think so. And then let's see. Oh no, that's that's a ritual idealist. Crown. Yes, that's different. Let's go. We're making a decision. All right. Do those who rot deserve salvation? Create a new rotten follower from the depths to serve you, or gain the ability to remove the rotten trait from the followers at the healing bay. I'm thinking healing the decay. I think the ritual of decay means that I turn people into them, which would be beneficial for getting the items, but I think healing the decay is something that let's do that. Let's heal the decay. I kind of want to see what happens. Hell yeah. That one guy over there is just like, yeah, let's go. All right, let's make some snowmen. Ratty is now frozen completely. Clear blizzard. Oh, you're just dead. You're just dead. Well. Yoink. Better next time, Maddie. What was I doing? I got very distracted by that. Snowman. Oh, also, I wanted to see this. A sign. Oh, I use sin to heal them. Oh! Well, look at that little hyena. Good job, June. I think it's worth keeping him around for a while and then using it at the end. Let's see here. We want snowmen, so let's go find some snowmen. It's also the next day, so let's... Ooh, perfect. Because the snowmen... Though one of the guys are going to want to fight him. Okay, so it's not a perfect snowman. Decent snowman. That's so funny. There we go. Ooh, 100%! It's 100% accurate! Let's go! Can I put, like, absolute perfect snowman? What are you? What was that? He's like... Alright, let's do that. And whoop. A little bit of perfect. And perfect. Let's go! Perfect. Alright, so first things first. Let's go ahead and pet. And then let's walk. They love being pulled around, I guess. Distance doesn't matter as long as I'm being pulled. Oh, this one, it's level 5, so let's go ahead and ride it. Riding all night long. Let's go! To be fair, it's honestly not that fast, but it is a snail. I don't know what I was anticipating, but riding a snail into dropping the souls off is pretty funny to me. 1 second, guys. 1 sec. Boom. We got spiderlings. And then we're done with this guy. And then you'll get used to colors. Don't you worry. I had to also get used to colors. Youngster, you're ready to find her, and I'm proud of you. Call you a shepherd. Okay, perfect. And then now, return. Ooh, so we need to do that like 3 times? Rots, spreads, grows, consumes that it touches. Such is our grief. Uh-huh, neat. Alright. Ooh, mammoth, a little elephant man. Alrighty, let's go back. We got our snail over there. Oh, y'all are deciding my fate. Alright, that's fine. Oh, our snail's coming back down. Perfect. Let's go ahead and drop our boys off. More guys. And then I think after we drop these off, I think it's time that we raid and end the stream. Because hold on, check Spiderling, it gives me that. Okay, cool. Biakuas. It is 5, and then we have potentially another stream tonight. More than likely, yes. We'll see what they said. Hold on. Let's see if I got a message. Yeah. It's looking like it's still happening, which is going to be a co-op sticks one with Kit. Maybe it should be fun. But I need to take a break and eat. Cauliflower. Pets. We don't need to like get this one to 5, so everyone's just gonna get pets. This one, however, is going to let's pet you, because I think a follower's popped out. Good job. Ascend, Mr. Turtle! Ascend! Into the pond in the sky! Oh! Hello. And then interact. Pet. Say, we're just gonna pet. I think, how's y'all's food? I think you probably need to eat cauliflower. You probably need to eat cauliflower. You already eaten. You probably need to eat cauliflower. Let's see, I think that's everyone, right? Everyone. Oh, baby lambish is the only one. Turtleish. All the... Okay. Boom. Let's do... you... I think we did pumpkin. And you, let's try berry. Okay, that one isn't anything. You... milk. You like pumpkin. Let's do cauliflower for you. Let's just feed them all. You really like cauliflower. Excellent. I think we tried that one. Let's try berry for you. You really like berries. Good to know. Okay, is that all of them? Good. All right, cool. Looks good to me. I think we'll just top up on the rot stuff, and then we'll play more on Tuesday, because I've been really enjoying this and I want to continue doing this because it's really, really good. Oh, hold on, let's see how well this done. Leader, have returned safely. Piranha with the goat. The goat. I don't want you to murder. Okay, cool, you're going to bed. Perfect. Let's go ahead and make Pure. Okay. Is that it for the U-Bark? All right, U-Bark is now done, looks like. Ooh, we can make Camilla with those two. And we can also make these Rotburn with these. Good to know, honestly. Good to know. So let us see. Let's actually welcome our new guy in. Beautiful place. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's fish. Unrepentant will gain 100% loyalty when freezing. That's crazy. May start a fight with other followers. Okay, cool. Oh, I know what we need to do. We need to bring the snowman back to life and then do it. Okay, that's nothing. Let's put some food on the table for y'all. By that I mean a crap ton of grass. You're welcome. Don't spend it all in one place. All right, this, bring the snowman to life, and then that's it. It's true, you can. All right, and now rituals. Snowman to life. Let's go! Put a hat on it. Look at them. Oh, they're so cute! They worship me because I gave them life. You're welcome. Doctrine, that's going to be highlighted. I don't want to have to go through that, so we're good. Okay. This seems like a good spot. Let's see who is playing, who is online and or playing Cult of the Lamb. Yeah. Because I think that would be fun to see more of. I think y'all would agree. One of the 8 foxes is a Finnick fox. Ooh, good to know. Love the fox facts. The facts. Let's see here. Ooh, we have a couple actually. Let's do Renicki. We're gonna toss y'all over to her. So thank you all for joining me here today. It was wonderful having you. Nice meeting you, Hart. Welcome. I hope you had a good time. And yeah, I'm gonna play more of this on Saturday. Foxes never bark or howl; they just scream. That's true. Yeah, we're gonna raid Renicki. So feel free to stick around for that. And if not, it was wonderful having you. Hopefully I'll see you either this evening or for tomorrow, depending on my power situation with all the snow. And if not, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Be safe, you're going in the storm, be warm, and hopefully I'll see y'all next week with a thought out everything. All right, have a good one, everyone. Stick around for the raid. See you in a bit. Bye-bye. See ya.